Present.
Present. I assume we have a quorum, 3 out of 5. Great, so we can proceed. The first item on the agenda is public comment. I don't see anyone here in the audience. And I don't know if we have anyone online. We do not, so we'll dispense with the public comment portion of today's agenda and move to approval of the 22 of September 2022 meeting minutes from the LTAC meeting last year. Are there any comments, additions, or corrections to the meeting minutes? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the minutes of September 22, 2022?
So moved.
Ian, you're the only one left to give us a second.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Member Smith, seconded by Member Burke, that we approve the minutes of September 22, 2022. All those, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
The minutes have been approved. We now move to a quick overview of the Open Public Meetings Act by our City Attorney, Heidi Wachter.
Good morning, and thank you so much for taking the time to be here and participate in this process. It's actually legally required, and so we would not have an LTAC funds available if you all did not participate in this process. And there is a section of our code that addresses it, but further, there's state law that addresses lodging tax. So we really appreciate the participation of people who are willing to come in and give a day. One thing we do at the City of Lakewood, and it's part of our commitment to transparency, is that we try to make sure that every one of our boards and commissions are aware of the transparency laws. I will tell you that it was back in the day when I did my own presentation, it was fabulous, bells and whistles. It was very entertaining. And then the state AG sort of caught up with us, and basically they've got the training available online. So what I do now is I follow their outline and I hit on the high points. But if there's a point in my presentation where you have questions for now, I can certainly try to address them. If you have questions for later and you're thinking, I'd really like to learn more about open government, we would be happy to share with you the connections that you would need to get the AG's training on it. So without further ado, I'm going to start with the Open Public Meetings Act, which there's been a lot of debate about whether some of these laws apply to the work of boards and commissions. Are you really delegates of the council and so forth? We don't worry too much about that. We give everyone the training so that everybody has the same understanding. And right now you have a quorum. When you have a quorum, the business that you're conducting needs to be open to the public so that people can see how decisions are made, particularly for a board like this where you're dealing with public money. We don't want those decisions to be made in secret. So the act is liberally construed. That means that if it's a case of, gee, the court can't quite decide whether we violated, they're probably going to go in favor of the people saying that we were not acting sufficiently openly. There are some entities that are not viewed as being open to the public, but it would not necessarily be this group. You're basically an arm of the governing body as far as we're concerned. You make decisions that have to do with public money as indicated. A meeting is any place where you're doing the public's business. Discussions, decisions, you are going to make some decisions today that will then be forwarded to the county. So those are the kinds of things that the act is going to look at. Your physical presence is not required. So in other words, if we were meeting by Zoom, there could still be a violation of the act. If all of you get on a conference call after the meeting and decide to change your mind about one of these things, that would be a violation of the act. Sometimes email chains if somebody says, hey, what do you think about this particular item? And then 3 other people weigh in and you start having a discussion about it, you can violate the act that way. Just generally go in favor of people need to be able to see what you're doing. Your final action is your recommendation to the council. This is a regular meeting of the group. I don't see a need that you're going to have a special meeting, particularly when the notice of the meeting went out, the public knew what we were going to be doing here today. The times that people can meet outside the public purview have to do with things like labor relations, acquisition of property so that the price doesn't go up when people know you're considering purchasing property, performance of public officials. Those things probably won't apply to this group. If you find yourself in a situation where you think you can go outside the public view, have an executive session outside of this meeting, go into the other room, please call me. I don't think it's likely that you have a basis for it. And sometimes people think, well, this seems like a sensitive subject. The fact that a subject is sensitive doesn't necessarily get you there. So the only other thing I would say about open public meetings before we move on to public records is the biggest source of consternation for both the public and the board sometimes, especially with appointed boards. Your role as a board, and I know, Linda, you've heard me say this before, the mayor's probably heard me say this too. You have been appointed by the city council. That puts you in a very specific, special position. You have the authority of the LTAC when you meet together. Other members of the public might have any manner of training, expertise, whatever have you, but they haven't been appointed to this group. And so open public meetings mean that people get to come and see you deliberate. That doesn't mean they participate in your deliberations. And sometimes, especially with some of our small boards and commissions that meet regularly, someone starts coming all the time and the next thing you know, they're part of the discussion. That's not something that's appropriate. You keep the sanctity of your meeting. The penalties for violating the OPMA are not as drastic as for the Public Records Act, but the humiliation factor is significant. It undermines people's faith in our ability to do our business. So if you don't have any questions about that, I will move on to public records. Questions about that? Okay. You've probably heard more about public records. You know, the texts up in Seattle, the texts of our former city, county prosecutor, anything that's in writing that has to do with public business is a public record. I will also tell you that in Washington state, and all of the states are different. So if somebody tries to tell you, well, that's not correct, they may be thinking of a different state's law. In Washington state, if you have an email that starts out talking about your kids and what they're doing at school, and then goes into a paragraph about public business, the entire document is subject to public disclosure. We are not allowed to redact the personal part because there's not a specific exemption in law for that personal part. In the old days, we could take out that part because we would say, well, that doesn't have to do with the public's business. But the courts have said that because the document has to do with public business, then there's no exemption for the personal stuff, the whole thing goes out. And that's why it's really important to keep things segregated. If it's about business, keep it about business. If it's about personal, keep it about personal. And similarly with devices, personal phones, personal computers, once you start putting your work stuff, and this is city business, once you put city business on your personal devices, you could end up in a situation where we have the court looking at them. Typically in a group like this, there should not be too many. I mean, you've got the documents. They're documents that came from the city. We're keeping those documents. There shouldn't be a problem. To the degree that you have some kind of an email trail that you have questions about, just turn it into your staff support on that. And that way you can just say, I've never actually kept any of the documents related to my committee business. So exemptions, I don't think are going to apply here. Again, this is a public process. If somebody has, well, I'll give you an example of where people get upset with public records in this kind of a setting. When people submit something and they put in information that was intended for you, but not intended for the public, sometimes it might be an address or a particular phone number, something like that. We don't have a basis for exempting that. And so if you don't want it to be public, don't put it in those documents. That's pretty much public records as I can think that it would relate to this. When we get a request, we'll seek to clarify if we think somebody's asked for something that you would care about. We tend to do third-party notification from the city of Lakewood. We're not required to, but we like to do it that way. Do you guys have questions about public records? Okay. The one thing I've been known for in this arena is giving the fastest trainings in these areas. As I said, if you do have a question, get a hold of us at legal. We're pretty accessible. We'd be happy to try and navigate the field with you. And if you have documents, turn them over to us at the end of the process and there shouldn't be an issue. And if you have further interest, the AG does have some resources on it. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm going to make this quick since we're running slightly behind. As you know, we get 7% of the lodging tax here in this city of Lakewood. Of that, 4% can be used for tourism promotion or the acquisition of tourist-related facilities or operations of tourism-related facilities. 3% can be used for the acquisition, construction, expansion, marketing, management, and financing of convention facilities necessary to support major tourism destination attractions that serve a minimum of 1 million visitors per year. That being said, with 2023's carry forward, along with the estimated revenue we will receive this year and the budget that you awarded last year, we have a total ending balance of $3,240,825 available. Of that, the 4% is 1.4 million and the 3% for capital is 1.8 million. You'll see in the packet pages 12 through 14 has a bunch of additional information regarding historical budget that you've awarded, the committee has awarded, and the usage as well. And any background regarding the lodging tax funding guidelines is also on page 15. Any questions?
Yes, just one question. I just want to make sure I'm reading the totals correctly. The 3.2 million is aggregate includes carryover from previous year?
I'll tell you, the 3.1 has, I'm sorry, yeah, 3,110,000 was carryover from prior years. That is basically made up of awards that were not given in full and any unused items that were budgeted and not used. And then the remaining is from the estimated budget and what or estimated revenue that we'll receive and the budget that you awarded last year.
Okay, so my next question is the actual in-year collection estimated at the 1.125? Is that the
In revenue?
1 year of collection?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. The Grave Concerns Association was established in 2000. We're a nonprofit that is restoring a cemetery in Fort Slocum Park where people were buried anonymously with numbers instead of grave markers. And since that time, we have there were 3,200 burials there, and we've replaced almost 2,000 names. And so most of our work is done doing fundraising and putting in markers. This year, we've had 3 major events. We did Parks Appreciation Day. We did an event with the Christ Lutheran Church where we did grave grooming and added markers. And we also did an event with an LDS church. We're hoping to do a big event on October 28th, which historically has been the Make a Difference Day for youth. We also do grave grooming most summer months. So this year we received a 5,000 grant. We're about to have a video that's been produced by Pretty Gritty Tours, which will be on October 18th, which will be highlighting stories of persons in the cemetery. And we're also working on a brochure. In addition to that, we will, for next year, what we were asking for was additional money so we can update our website. We have been featured on Eric's Heroes on Como, and as a result of that, people have tried to contact us, but they're not able to reach our website through that. We continue to get inquiries from throughout the country from people who are trying to find grave sites. And we're also looking at networking with the City of Destiny event, which is happening in October, and we will be having a booth at that event. So, sorry, this year I don't have a PowerPoint or
Okay.
or things, but just actually, asking for because all the money that we raise are really used towards purchasing grave markers. Another thing that's happened to us this past year is that because of the Eric's Heroes event, we've become on the radar again for Mountain View Cemetery, and they've been looking towards partnering with us and maybe doing some classes or doing some, helping us with some fundraising.
Any questions? So typically, just remind me a little bit, Laurel, you requested the 10,000, I believe. this
Yes.
year. So principally, are those used for markers?
No, the money is used, the money would be using more for publicity.
Okay,
So it would be the publicity being the website and it would be for publicizing events.
very good. What would you say in terms of the events was attendance sort of last year?
This last year, I think when we had the youth event for LDS was probably at least 50 people. Christ Lutheran Church was about 20.
Mhm.
Parks Appreciation Day was about 30 people. And when we have our events on Saturdays, they're usually, anywhere from 5 to 10 people that come up for grave grooming. When we've had the Youth Make a Difference Day, that's usually, they divide the youth up and we usually get about 20 or 30 youth for that
That's
as
great.
well.
Yeah.
And the other thing we do is like we go to we go to bazaars. So like when we've gone to the Red Ribbon Bazaar, we meet a lot of people. We've been at bazaars at the Adriatic Grill and different places like that.
And I don't know, this is kind of a little off topic, but on topic. Just because we have a couple minutes. That's okay. I don't like these chairs down here, so it's harder to sit forward. The city is likely in the near future going to be receiving a cemetery off of Washington Boulevard, correct, Heidi? Okay, she's out. And that has a lot of historic significance to the community. And so we're working with the county to have that transferred over. Is that something that your organization might be involved with in terms of either maintenance or historical work?
Well, I would say we would probably be willing to consult. Just like when we consulted with McNeil Island because they had unidentified markers there. So we went over and then we gave them some ideas but we didn't do, particularly the fundraising with them, but we would be, glad to share resources or, particularly, I know that at one point when they were doing the restoration there and the Boy Scout needed to have an organization hold funds for them. We didn't feel at that time we were you know, the right organization to hold the funds for it, but we're always interested in supporting other organizations.
Well, very good. Well, thanks. Unless you have some other questions.
Just one quick one. I'm just not, is this cemetery on the hospital campus side or?
No,
or
it's in
still-
Fort Steilacoom Park, so it's surrounded on three sides by the dog park.
Okay, Got
So
it.
when you come in and you turn past the farms, it's across from one of the barns. Right now, there's a very nice, right next door to it too, there's a nice restroom facility with a bench. So it's right there. So it's 6 acres that's in the center of the park.
and there's 3,000 graves there?
3,200.
Wow.
Well, there are like 2,800 graves, and then there was a mass grave that has 500 markers in it. And it was, it was hospital land, and then it became county land, and then it became city land. And we've been working on it since it was, county land, and we don't own it. We're the organization that raises funds and does work in there. So we work closely with the city of Lakewood, and whenever we do a event there, we coordinate opening up the barn, and because we store our equipment inside the barn.
Is the content about this location also within like the city's Fort Steilacoom Park information? Do they cross over?
Well, we do have an information sign, and we're making another information sign, but on the Discovery Trail there, that there's, information about the different sites that are there.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Very good. Well, thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming. Thank you for the work. Okay, next we have the Historic Fort Steilacoom Association.
Right, this is the historic Joe Lewis here to see you again.
Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and committee members. I bring you greetings from our president, Walter Neary. And as I said in my application, next year, 2024 is a big year for us because that will be the 175th anniversary of the U.S. Army arriving in Puget Sound and establishing Fort Steilacoom. And we intend to commemorate that in various ways. And note, I use the word commemorate as opposed to celebrate, because there are certain stakeholders that certainly did not welcome the arrival of the Army here, and we need to, be honest about that and share that with the public. We want the world to know that Fort Steilacoom is in Lakewood and that has been here for a very long time. Lakewood is the home of the oldest military presence in the state, and we need to make sure people know that. The Army came here in 1849 on August to Fort Steilacoom and also to Vancouver, and they established those two posts. Those were the first U.S. Army posts north of the Columbia River. And when we try to interpret history at Fort Steilacoom, we try to understand the past as people at the time experienced it. And so in 1849, obviously, American settlers who had arrived here over the Oregon Trail welcomed the Army presence as an additional layer of security against the indigenous peoples. Certainly the local tribes did not, they were able to control their enthusiasm about the arrival of the Army here. And the British, as represented by the Hudson Bay Company at Fort Nisqually, were a bit ambivalent because they realized that their time of influence here was winding down with the arrival of the U.S. Army. And obviously, business people in the village of Steilacoom welcomed the arrival of the Army, just like the city of Lakewood welcomes JBLM. It's a big economic thing. What we're planning to do is we're establishing a planning committee to come up with a series of events next year to mark the occasion. One of the things that we'll be doing is asking that various levels of government issue proclamations about this, including the city, the county, and the state. So we hope we can get that done. We plan to have a series of guest speakers speaking on various topics relating to the Army's arrival. I'd like to give a shout out to the city staff because I read the minutes of the last meeting and they covered everything I said last year about technology so carefully that I'm not going to repeat it to you. If you want to know about it, you can read it there, but we still have that technology and we're using it, and it has made us more efficient. So efficient that I rarely ever visit our P.O. box in Steilacoom anymore. But it's a requirement for a business to have a mailing address. One of the things I want to tell you is that, is that we've lost revenue sources in the past year. For some reason, the Amazon Smile program was canceled. And I don't think it's because Mr. Bezos ran out of money, but somehow, that was a revenue stream, small, but we don't have that anymore. And then also the Smithsonian Magazine canceled its annual museum day. This was a national promotion that really helped us attract visitors from over 50 miles away. And that went away for some unknown reason. We're continuing to network with other heritage groups, and we try to work with Laurel's Grave Concerns. We host their meetings. We host the meetings of a lot of heritage groups in our buildings. Back in the 1850s, the Army philosophy was based on the statement that an idle mind is the devil's workshop. And so when you come to Fort Steilacoom, you'll see the schedule for the troops, and they were kept busy from dawn till dusk and even later, because if they're idle, they're going to get into trouble. So that was their philosophy. Other things that we've done in the past year to raise revenue, last October, we had a book sale. We had a tremendous collection of donated books during COVID. And so we got all those out on display and sold those. And we had a reenactor swap meet this past spring, which went over very well, attracted a lot of people. And we're still trying to, recruit docents. That remains our big limitation. We used to be open every Sunday in the summer, but this past year, due to the shortage of docents, we were only open the first and third Sundays of each month. And during the winter, we continue to be open on the first Sunday of each month. Let's see here. We try to convey to visitors the fact that the Army was here 1849 to 1868 during the Victorian era. And even though Victoria was queen of the British Empire, she established the culture that affected America in terms of fashions and in terms of manners and so forth. And we show clothing, for example, women's fashions, because back then it was considered provocative to see a woman's ankle. So, we try to convey that to people. They're shocked when we tell them these things. And, but we go on to, talk about, the lack of indoor plumbing, running water, all those good things. But what I find really gets people is when I say to them, can you imagine life without zippers? Okay. And people think about that. I mean, I'm sure everyone here has multiple zippers in their clothing and in all your stuff at home and so forth. No zippers. Everything is buttons. And the women had to tie themselves into these corsets and crack their ribs and then have all these petticoats on and have to walk across these muddy dirt roads filled with horse manure and hike up their skirts a little bit. I mean, life was tough back then.
You can blame men for that.
Say again, sir?
Said you can blame men for that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Anyway, that's basically what we're doing. I want to thank you for your past support. The city's been wonderful to us. And one thing I will, if I may, I always conclude my presentations to visitors at the fort by trying to measure their knowledge of local history. And so I'll ask you people here today, what year did Washington become a state?
1889.
Very good. It's on the flag. It's on the state flag. You would be amazed. So I would say of all the visitors I've had, not even 10% know that. It's just amazing. And that one of the things that I'm most interested in is voting rights in Washington Territory. What people don't realize is that you cannot vote in a federal election unless you're a resident of a state. Okay. And so the people here, because we didn't become a state till 1889, the first time they were able to vote for president was in the election of 1892. You could vote in local elections, of course, but not in a federal election. So it's quite interesting. And another thing about voting rights is that Western states were much more progressive in allowing women to vote. In fact, the last states to allow women to vote were the original 13 colonies with the passage of the federal amendment. So thanks for allowing me to go off on a tangent. I welcome any questions you might have.
Any questions?
We're asking for $3,000 more dollars this year. We got 12. We would like 15 because we're going to use that extra money as honorariums for some guest speakers who are experts on the period, and also to hire a consultant to develop a small exhibit for our interpretive center. So that's our situation.
I have a question for you. If the association, in collaboration with the city, works with DSHS to ultimately own the buildings, not the dirt, but the buildings, I assume that maybe in the next year or two, your committee will come back with a capital request?
I would hope so. Yes, sir. I mean, one of the things we desperately need is to make at least quarters 4 next to the cannon shed ADA compliant, to somehow, build a ramp so that visitors can get into that building. Because it's a historic building, we have to get a lot of coordination with DAHP to do something like that, because you try to minimize the visibility of the ramp, but I think we could work something to go around the back and have someone enter that way. But that's been a problem because our 501c3 does not own the museum buildings. Right. We're not able to apply for any kind of capital grants. And the only outside agency that's given us any money is the Nisqually tribe.
Right.
They've been good to us. So that's our situation. But I look forward to a change in landlord. So, I hope, it can happen, I'm getting up in years. I don't know if I'll live to see it, but.
Well, we hope to make it happen sooner than later. So.
Okay.
Well, very good. Well, thanks, Joe, for coming. We appreciate it. Any other questions? Good, great. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Okay, so we're doing quite well here. We'll just kind of keep zooming forward. I see Ms. Pritchard is here for the Asia Pacific Cultural Center, which is on page 63 of our packets. Welcome.
Good morning.
I have to get to the packet page here, so I'll do that real quick on my tiny phone.
Great. Good morning, Mayor and respected members of the committee. Thank you very much for having us again this year to propose. We are, can you believe it? 14th annual already, and the city of Lakewood has been the one to really start us off. So we're still making it here every year to ask you for financial support. And again, we're asking for $15,000 to help us which helped us greatly as well from last year. So we always try to, actually, we're trying and doing very well. We're wanting to, because we represent, teach, and showcase about the 47 nations that make up all of Asia and all of the South Pacific. So we actually have, as of this year, we've created 9 days, cultural days already. We started Samoa Cultural Day was one of them in Korea. And now we have Vietnam and Cambodia, India and the Philippines, and Thailand. So in addition to it, so it's pretty cool. And it's we're gaining it every year. So I think next year more countries will be coming. So I'm here for Samoa Cultural Day, which expanded to a full week. So we now have a full week. So it's a Sunday to a Saturday event. And the only reason why we didn't do it in the city of Lakewood last year is because Clover Park High School ended up having construction and no power the whole week, believe it or not. So we were sad, but we quickly had to go elsewhere and do it then. Next, as you know, that there's so many Asia Pacific people in the state of Washington and in city of Lakewood itself, 12% of our population, Asia Pacific, make up the population in the city of Lakewood. Yeah, so it's really nice. It's in person, and we've done this for a very long time, and so it's we kind of like it a lot, and we do it with happiness. And City of Lakewood is our main sponsor for it. Next, Dana. Okay, so we start off always with a you know a prayer service, and then we do a youth gospel night, and then we do a youth cultural day. We go through all the different activities that our Samoa people grow up with. This is how I grew up. Grading the taro and peeling the bananas and grading the husking the coconut and grading the, you know, and also helping the pig get roasted and all that kind of stuff. So, and then we're teaching all this to our young people so that they will understand how we came about to where we are, and also never forget how we came about. It's a sense of pride for the young children. And then we also have a fashion show. We try to showcase the most original and contemporary. And then we also end up with a very nice dinner that brings up all the professional, as many as we can, of Samoan inheritance and so forth. And so we come together as leaders to really talk more about our culture. And this is the night that Mayor Jason loves to be a part of.
Mhm.
Yes, and we go all out at the very end. We're having a parade and dancing and roasting pigs and chicken and everywhere. And then we also match up with our cricket game, because that's our main sport besides the canoe rowing in the islands. So it's a full week of presentation, and it's really wonderful. People from all over the United States come, especially California and Oregon, who are nearby and so forth, and Hawaii. And so, and we also gain some NFL's athletes come over, and year to year and so forth. And so we try to really celebrate who we are as a people. And that's what the city of Lakewood does with its money, is helping us to do that. So we want to thank you for the past so many years, and we're here asking again for your support for 2024. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
No question, just praise and support for this.
Yeah.
Love what you do with this. One question off topic. Did you get to see the Hokulea when it was in town?
I was there.
Good, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was one of the leaders, so,
Very
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Well, I've had the fortune of attending several of them, so I really enjoy them. They're great events and you do yeoman's work in putting them together with your
Yeah.
team.
So next year, we're bringing it back to Lakewood.
Great,
And please make sure all the powers work.
great. Do I get to do a fire dance this year? or-
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Great. That's
Yeah.
good. Well, thank you, Lua. Again, thank you and great wishes on the opening of the
Yes.
new Asia Pacific Cultural Center building that I had the
Yes.
joy of attending the groundbreaking for a couple of weeks
Thank you
ago.
for
So
making
I
it.
wanted to congratulate you on a beautiful groundbreaking. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there to join you. Thank you so much for the
Thank you, Linda.
invitation.
yeah, that'll be
But,
a great facility.
It's very
Wonderful,
exciting.
wonderful, very
Yeah.
exciting.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
work.
Good to see you.
Okay,
Yeah, take care.
bye-bye.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Lua.
you, Dana.
Okay. I know I'm gonna tell you to click. I'm just watching my own slides over here, so I
Right.
remember what I'm doing. It's okay. Yeah, you can start there. I was just gonna tell you to click to that anyway, so. Okay, ready? We good? We're recording? Okay.
We're ready.
All right, good morning. Thanks for having me. So, as we've been here many times, we are Travel Tacoma Mountaineer Tourism and Sports. And we are the countywide destination marketing organization and sports commission for Pierce County. And Lakewood is one of our longstanding partners where we've done some fantastic work over the years. Just a reminder that our job number one, as defined, is to drive incremental growth in countywide visitation demonstrated through room nights generated. We're very strict to that measurement of room nights generated. We achieve this through three primary pillars of business: conventions and meetings, sports, and leisure travel. And just a little context for you here on the 2022 ecosystem, as we call it. Countywide, approximately 1.7 million room nights were sold. That's about 200 million in just hotel revenue. So just room cost fees only. And we are trending on about a $1.3 billion total economic impact of tourism across the county.
Wow.
Our work, we drive about 18 million in direct hotel revenue. It's about 100 million in economic impact. So we fit tightly in that definition of incremental growth. We carry, as you'll see here, on some other numbers. I'll show you some room night numbers here in a second. So some quick year-to-date results. You can just scan this by our sports, leisure, and convention center businesses. That left side is kind of just the year-to-date progress. What I'll defer to for the comments here is the bigger text. Last year in this meeting room, I said that for 2023, we were going to generate about 105,000 room nights. After that presentation, we adjusted that number to about 117,000. And I'll tell you that right now we're on track to actually produce about 147,000. So we've had 2 years in a row now of record-breaking growth.
Countywide.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so a few specific Lakewood priorities that we really focus on here, opportunities that help us grow things. Golf in 2024, we're going to be forming a new committee. We'll actually be forming that in fourth quarter of this year, but whose work is pointed at 24 and beyond. Regrouping all of the golf assets in the area to rethink how we map golf going forward. The political climate around golf has changed and the opportunities have changed. Present at every level in the area. So we'll be looking at that. Cyclocross, a place you know us for some great work we've done. We brought the national championship in a few years ago. Our next big project we're working on is what's called a UCI International. So it's about as big as a national event, but it's packed into one weekend. So the national was a full week, and we will get back to one of those eventually. That we got a very strong interest from USA Cycling on that and have a great relationship there. But our next step will be an international event, which we like because that brings in international travelers as well, and about half the country. Cross-country running, another place we've had a tremendous amount of development. Our partnership with the Lakes program has been fantastic. We've had a strategic growth plan with them over the last probably 8 years. And this last weekend, or I think the weekend before, that event just happened, and it was the largest in the history of their event, and is now the largest in the Pacific Northwest for cross-country. You may be familiar with our work just nearby at Chambers Creek Park. A few years ago, we put in the Division I, NCAA Division I cross-country certified starting line there. And we're hosting about 6 major cross-country events every fall there now. And so the next kind of strategic iteration of this development is to elevate Fort Steilacoom Park and Chambers Creek in what could be a dual weekend of both campuses performing cross-country at once. That's kind of our dream there with them. Baseball, of course, you're obviously very familiar with the developments there with Pierce College and what's happening at the park. So we were very supportive of that and worked with Duncan on that and Mary for quite a long time. So I'm very happy there. Not a huge opportunity for us from the tourism lens, but there are opportunities that we're looking at there. And then other, go ahead and click. Other things to note, of course, Summerfest. Partnership there, Lakewood Gardens, and as I've noted, the plaza, who we're informed his name is under research right now to be developed. As that continues to develop along, we stay close with that. Go ahead. Some future potential notes I wanted to just touch on as we look ahead. The continuation of shoulder season development opportunities, always a big priority for the hotel sector. The Pacific Northwest, the I-5 corridor performs extremely well for about 13 weeks throughout the summer. Occupancies are very high, so we're always looking for opportunities to push into, winter, holidays, April, May, spring, and late into fall. Event feasibility and collaboration. This is a comment just on how we participate and look at initiatives that even you all take on from organically within the city. So if a new festival or idea is being generated, we like to help look left and right, both countywide and statewide, at how this fits so that we can make the most success out of this as possible. I just mentioned the next point, the cross-country. I won't talk on that anymore. Our ongoing collaboration with economic development in Lakewood. We've always enjoyed a fantastic relationship with Mr. Caulfield and Becky Newton as well, who also serves on our board in a conversational partnership and collaboration with opportunities and ideas as they develop, and some don't, as we know. Deeper connections to agritourism. Lakewood itself, not an agritourism destination, but around us in eastern parts of the county, agritourism is a hot topic for development right now, and Lakewood participates well in the farmers market segment. So as we look to the future of how that develops and how those stories connect more deeply and ultimately turn into bigger opportunities in Lakewood and in the markets themselves, we want to be a part of that development. Private sector development. We continue to always look at, again, kind of with that economic development lens, food and beverage, specialty hospitality. As an example, things like places like brands like Chicken and Pickle, which is food and pickleball, borrowing from the likes of bowling and billiards type specialties. And then the last comment here, the JBLM Air Show. Of course, it came back this year. I don't know if any of us really know how stable that's going to be on an annual basis or what that plan is as the Air Force continues to kind of develop that narrative. But this particular year, obviously, that event happened on the same weekend as Summerfest. It was an extremely busy weekend up and down the I-5 corridor from Bellingham all the way down to here. And as we look ahead at thinking about strategically, should Summerfest and JBLM occupy the same, I won't say airspace, But again, the idea of how they can collaborate better, both performed extremely well there, should even added a second day, but how do we intentionally develop a better in concert with that through the lens of tourism and drawing visitors. And my closing notes here are, go ahead, first click. Of course, in tourism, and we look at barriers and opportunities, and homelessness and drug addiction, crime and vandalism affect us all. It diminishes quality of life and it harms the image and reputation of places that struggle with the most. And that has a negative economic price tag. This most often plays out in the space between events or group bookings. And we can see that in the data, right now in the traffic, that event-driven business is what's holding tourism together as the lead, because the highs are very high, but the lows in between events and group business traffic indicate less unstructured travel. That's where people are holding back. Some of that is in fact a reflection of the economy, but it's overall a reflection of the state of the country right now as well with these problems. So we just want to remind everybody and all our partners and all this, go ahead and click again. Please don't give up the fight. And as a voice for tourism, our success is your success. Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, thanks, Dean. I appreciate that. Any questions, Linda? I mean, you're involved obviously in the space a bit. Yeah, I'm excited about your comments on the cross-country impact. I was over there briefly for the weekend. It was just slammed with folks. And I have a kid in cross-country, and there's a big Northwest event in Boise. Right. It's kind of the Nike Invitational sort of thing. Yeah. One wonders how we can attract, maybe more of those events, because you're right, there's huge economic impact.
Yeah. Yeah, over 4,000 runners at this last one here for us at Fort Steilacoom. So
yeah.
Yeah.
The key might be to figure out with the organizations how to make it a 2-day event.
Mm-hmm.
That way you get the heads and beds.
Exactly.
And the motel.
We are getting heads and beds from it because of the start time. So 1-day events, particularly with sports, still draw that because they get in actually up to 2 or 3 days early sometimes to pre-run as well.
Okay.
That's a benefit across country that's unique,
Right.
that like a gymnastics won't do. Gymnastics will have its own programming, but they don't
Right.
get there early to practice.
Right.
So, but to your point, yeah, making it a 2-day event would be great.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be kind of good, but of course, that's up to the organizers to
Yeah.
lend the elbow grease for that. Okay, I don't have any other questions. It looks like the amount has been fairly stable over the last few years. Yeah, I think so too. Great, okay. Well, we've got a bit of a break before Lakewood Gardens shows, so why don't we take at least a 5-minute break and see if someone, Susan Warner is probably going to be here soon. So why don't we take a 5-minute break? We'll be in recess for 5 minutes and then. Yeah, I think it goes to historic. That's the way we've always done it, as opposed to maybe rethinking it and saying we have an umbrella deal now.
Perhaps the transparency of it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
That's
your
true.
bundle. Yeah, no, that's. Oh, yeah. The other thing I don't have is, are those readers?
Wait a minute. I was gonna say, you got 2?
You're gonna get
Yeah.
all the more, you're gonna get sweets.
Well, this way we're going to get ahead of the game here, which is wonderful, because I do have a challenging afternoon, so. So, Ms. Dodsworth, welcome.
Hi, good morning. I was gonna say good afternoon, but it's morning. Thanks for letting me come in and share with you some information about these amazing programs and events that we're doing here in the city of Lakewood, and appreciate you taking the time today for learning more about it. I think you're all pretty familiar with these programs. So what I'd like to do is I wasn't sure who was going to be here today, so I wanted to just do a little summary of it, but also highlight some of the important things that we do that make these events special and generate, you know, tourism and economic impact, et cetera. So we are, so Summerfest. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so it is our free annual festival. We've kind of averaged it now. We're attracting about 25,000 people. It's a day that people look forward to year round. We work with all kinds of different folks, and 25,000 seems to be the right amount of people for the space, for parking, for capacity. And so that's a pretty good number. And we think we've really got it dialed down to be able to put on an amazing event. So of course, you know, generating tourism and activity really comes back to having great sponsors and partners. And so I just wanted to emphasize that we are very strategic about our partners and our sponsorships. And the amazing thing now is these national sponsors are coming to us. We're not having to hit the road as hard. It's still a lot of time and energy to cultivate those relationships and to develop those programs. But we have people calling us because they've heard about Summerfest. And so, and that's pretty amazing. We have had 2 great sponsors this year, but just all the partnerships that we have really help generate additional marketing. We are really, we put in their agreements and everything else. They have to market our event. They send it out to all, like for instance, Virginia Mason, all of their employees, all of their clients. It gets put into their publications. We have these 2 magazines that are help generate information outside of the 50-mile radius. These are 2 new partners that we have. So we may sometimes have it as an in-kind support. Sometimes we buy a little marketing, but we get a big bang for our buck. So I just wanted to emphasize that. And Summerfest, of course, is second Saturday in July. So I just wanted to emphasize the reason that we spend a lot of time and resources on our marketing is that in Lakewood, and we've done this through surveys, we know about 40% of people that attend our Summerfest, but also farmers market and everything, are new visitors. They might be there for the first time. And so although we have an amazing event, we think we've got it dialed in, it's a new experience for some folks. And so it's really important. We have to keep telling our story. We have to keep getting that information out there. And you probably know that through the chamber is that people are coming and going all the time. And so we have to keep telling our story. So also, it's not the same event. We have sort of structure of things, but we are always keeping it fresh. We're adding new elements, adding new attractions that really make people want to come. And then our passport for life, we have it. And so you have a thing there inside. It can show you all the partners that we have. And again, every single person in here is now emphasizing and marketing Summerfest to their people. But it's a passport because we really have focused in our community on health, wellness, and art. It's a really big, with art being a new, pretty exciting area. So this passport helps direct people throughout the event to go to certain kinds of activities. So we have wellness activities. We have fitness activities. The bubble soccer is really good with the teen group. You know, it's a group that's pretty underserved and hard to reach. And we've got lots of other kinds of activities. And then art, we've brought in a lot of art. We have the Museum of Glass sets up a hot shop there. There's folks that may have never been able to go to the museum, and here they can experience that. We did this amazing thing with this community prayer flag. It talked about, and you can see all of the designs that were done by kids and families. And then we were able to then hang all of those at the Fiesta de Familia. So we've, you know, a 2-for-1, which I love. And then of course, our favorite attractions, the car show generates a lot of interest and activity. Bricks for Kids, it's a real science STEM based program. And so that's a real big event that we sponsor a contest. Of course, all of the face painting, and then of course, live music, our kids' activities. And then of course, we add these wow factors like the extreme trampoline to people. We have motorcycles that jump across the field. We have a new circus this year. We brought in the balloon glow. And then of course, the drone show is something that really is new. You can see it happening here. And you have the crowd going wild, you know, Lakewood always being on the cusp of trends. we were looking at an alternative to fireworks. And so we talked about how that might look, and we knew that there were a lot of those activities on the 4th. So we brought this drone show to Summerfest. And since we've started doing it and it's been promoted through the universe, is I'm getting calls from all over the state, a lot of colleagues that do events and activities. How did you do a drone show? How much does it cost? And it's just environmentally better for the world. And people love it because, again, if you're not going to the Olympics, you may never have seen this kind of activity. And then again, reaching out across our community, looking at our diversity of our community and partners. You know, we really have partnered with sister cities, Asian Pacific Cultural Center, and others to really create this great international stage. So again, we're inviting the whole community to our event and beyond, and making sure that they feel welcome when they're there. And so this is, of course, we had 14 countries represented, music, food, entertainment, and information, which is pretty great. Our vendors and market, everybody wants food, of course, but we have over 150 vendors at this event. And so again, each of those folks, they have followers, they draw, and it also provides free activities. Every single vendor provides a free activity. So besides having the vendor space, they have to provide an activity that goes with it. And that's not handing out a piece of paper. Cornhole, art activities, plant a seed, lots of different, and again, it makes it a free festival for everybody. You don't have to spend a cent if you come to Summerfest. But people are coming from far and wide. Okay, so here is a save the day, July 20th, 2024. So we hope that you're ready for that. I just want to emphasize again on our partnerships and resources. We are strategic in that area. For instance, one of our partners was Print Northwest. And if you look at these cards, this is for the Fiesta, but I just want to show you, we also have these for Summerfest, save the day cards that we send out to everybody, that it's really a quality product that's going out, which is great and representative of the type of quality event that we do. So this is Summerfest. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. I would just have to say the request is higher than it's been in the past, but this event at 25,000 people takes so much time and energy just to put together, cultivating the relationships, getting the sponsorships, and just doing the administration behind it with a form, payment of a fee, you know, writing the ads, doing the marketings, and then just the extra traffic, parking, police, Santa cans, all of those things. There is a cost associated with that. And so we would appreciate the support to help continue to make this event the type of event that it is, bringing in things like circuses and acrobatics and those things that most people might not be able to see anywhere else, and they get to see it at Fort Steilacoom. So do you have any questions about Summerfest?
Yeah, I got a few. If
Okay.
you want to go ahead. Are we doing the drone show again this next year?
I believe council supported that throughout this budget, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm, yeah.
Okay. I know
And
we
that's
did
not
that.
included in this. That's a separate cost.
Okay, that was gonna be part of my question.
Yeah, it's already it's a fee that's been, I mean, it's in our budget already, so it's not a part of this fund.
Okay, yeah, because I know we approved it. It was like 30 or 35 the first year and.
Yeah, 30,000 and we've done that. The first year was the pilot project and then you funded it during this 2-year budget cycle. And this was our second
Right.
year of doing it.
Through the operating budget, I believe.
Mhm.
Okay, so the majority, how much of the 193 is really reimbursement of staff and admin costs?
Primarily, yeah. Well,
Is it?
it's to support this temporary part, the staff that we have that can help manage because one
Mhm.
person can't do it anymore. And then a big part of it is contract services. And that is besides the necessary things like sanitation and Santa cans and garbage, it's really we bring the entertainers in. We hire folks to come in to create these special elements that make the event so unique. We don't, besides the vendors and the food and all that, we hire the circus, we hire the acrobats, we hire the balloons, we do the stilt walkers, the face painters. We provide those kinds of things so that when people come, they can see the whole event and we bring those magic elements. So if there was a reduction in allocation, if that's, depending on where we're at, we'd still need the staff to support the event, to even have it planned and implemented, but we would probably then just reduce some of those special elements that are tied to it.
Okay.
And in conjunction with that, we have like the volleyball tournament, where again, we have a soccer tournament. All those folks bring in hundreds of folks that are at the event doing something different, and then they participate in the event. And we also have created the the Friday setup. So a lot of our sound people and vendors come on Friday, then they spend the night so that they can be ready Saturday morning. So that's another element that's created, more opportunity for heads in beds, so to speak.
Got it. You definitely jumped up. Yeah, one last comment, maybe not a question, but it's a fantastic event. It's all free. How unique is that in our region that something of this magnitude is free? I mean, you can't get to the Washington State Fairgrounds without paying through the nose, let alone buying a scone. So
I think Metro Parks is even charging now for like the Bite at Tacoma, even though Metro's not doing it. I
Yeah.
think it's very rare to have an event that's free. And the partnerships that we created and the relationships really help make that happen. The creativity of having a passport for sports, which
Yeah.
means there's all these stations you can go to as a family, as a child, as an adult, and participate in all these different activities, which is not just a piece of paper at a thing. It's a soccer kicking through a goal. It's throwing a football. It's doing some glass art. It's pretty unique, and it does take a lot of resources to make that
Right.
happen. It is,
Right.
but it does make it special for our community. It really makes it accessible for the community and then other folks who come in as well.
Right. Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, this is, we've been on this journey for a long time with this thing, huh? 25,000 people do you think that is the ceiling?
Well, I think we've had more people because, if you stretch it out throughout the world, they will come. I think 25 is the right number for Fort Steilacoom Park because we still have a active dog park. We have the walkers. I think it's right for that site. Could we accommodate more parking? Absolutely. Could we bring it up to 30 or 40,000? Absolutely. It's just a bigger impact on that space.
Sure. In kind of building off the mayor's comments on the free aspect of this, which is amazing. Is there an opportunity to consider additional programming that could be ticketed, that could generate revenue, that would,
I would say yes. I mean, the vendors pay a fee, so there is revenue that's generated from this, not necessarily the individual people coming, but sponsorship, vendors pay fees, car show people pay fee. I beg your pardon? Well, that's another way of generating that activity, but yes, we could. For instance, we're building a collegiate baseball stadium, right? You could actually do a ticketed event in there the night before, like something like that. We could do a baseball tournament versus a volleyball tournament and soccer tournament. It's really about using the space that we have. So yeah, you could do an activity. When we did the triathlon, right? People paid a fee to do the triathlon to offset that. So yeah, there are fees charged for certain things, but those are sort of those specialty things that people are coming to.
great, thank
But
you.
I do think that that's what makes this so unique and so popular.
Mhm.
And that is that families can come and basically enjoy an entire day without spending the money. And that's what makes this particular event so unique. Having maybe concert or something in the evening would be kind of a cool thing if it was ticketed, but that's more logistics, right?
It is, it's more logistics and it's more time, which is fine if it's,
Sure.
we would be very strategic to make sure that it was the right kind of event that was tied to this, that would generate whatever we're looking for. If it's just revenue, to offset the operation, then, maybe there's other ways we can do that with sponsorship and things. like
Yeah,
that.
I don't make the comment based on violating the integrity of what's there. I think that's sacred and awesome and amazing for the community. Was really thinking about through the lens of as additional things, like even maybe more time or something to how the program, the space, and with ticketed things come an opportunity to shift and target the audience a bit, which, could turn into a better visitor opportunity.
Sure. Yeah.
And shift it from a little bit of a community focus into
Yeah.
a destination focus.
Well,
So,
exactly. And I think if you haven't been to the event for a while, we are continuing adding those kinds of elements so that there are specific draws for specific things. And so those are being created strategically in order to, like our international area, there's a whole business plan, so to speak, for that sort of area, because can generate new partnerships, new individuals who are coming for various reasons, so. one of the circuses is from Wenatchee, so we brought the Wenatchee Traveling Circus. That was one of
Mhm.
our new elements this year and created a whole new area at the park that hadn't been used and a whole new setup and a whole new partnership. So again, coming from out of town.
I just had a couple of some comments related to Summerfest, as Dean indicated. You know, we haven't done the triathlon event for a few years now because it was, I know, allegedly reducing in participation or the
Well,
cost. there, the whole
it
thing.
kind of tapped out. I mean, it kind of at about what, 250 was kind of, we kind of hit the mark and that seemed to it. What happened was at that time was, I mean, it was great and there weren't a lot of triathlons, sprint
Mhm.
triathlons in our area. But the amount of planning in a year to do that activity, which was the activity before the activity,
Yeah,
we really, because we'd exploded in participation, we focused
Yeah.
those resources on parking,
right.
access in and
right,
out
right.
to make it a better user experience.
I was wondering if we might reduce down the scale, because I do get a lot of questions, comments, requests for us to do at least a fun run 5K. Akin to, you know, Spokane's Blooms Day is huge. And it brings in a ton of people, and we talked about, and that was one of the things that gave rise to the split try years ago, was Lakewood having a signature event that would be uniquely Lakewood. This is obviously Summerfest.
Mhm.
But maybe that, because we try to pride ourselves on a community that is engaged and active and family friendly. I'd love to see us come back and do at least a little 5K earlier in the morning where people would pay on a ticketed basis
Sure.
to get that T-shirt or whatever.
Mhm.
You know, and then like Bloomsday, one of the things that's kind of unique is they unveil the artwork on the Bloomsday shirt that day. And so it's always a unique thing. Could be perhaps an art project by the commission
Mhm.
or the Clover Park Technical kids or the high school kids to develop the art that's going to be unveiled for that signature event that happens every year. And then people who don't run, they have the chance to buy their T-shirt, their memorial
Commemorative item.
Summerfest T-shirt 2024 or whatever. That might at least cover costs, if not raise a little bit of revenue.
Mhm.
So that would be great. As to the baseball stadium, maybe this is the opportunity in July of 2024 to have a feature game between, you know, pick somebody, the Mariners and somebody else, or some of the, not the Mariners, but the Rainiers and maybe the.
But some specialty activities.
Yeah, where people could, if they wanted to, pay a small fee to sit in the beautiful new bleachers and see how that facility is going to be great. And it could be a non-ticketed event, but I think it would be great to have that as part of the offerings, maybe one game that whole day.
Celebrity baseball.
Right, so,
Celebrity.
yeah,
There
she
you go.
wants to play. Yeah,
She's catching.
yeah, she
Who's
wants to play.
pitching? Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
fun like that, because that facility is gonna be grand, and
Yeah.
it would be a neat way to
Yeah.
showcase it.
Yeah, every year we take a look at what worked last year, what was really effective, and then how might we add things and change things. So we're totally open to that. We've done 5Ks, we've done 1 mile runs for the kids, orienteering activities. So,
Yeah,
so we're open to doing something like that, of course, if you can find the right way
And
that it fits in with the
there's a
event. but-
chance to do it, especially now we've got this beautiful new sidewalk, or not sidewalk, but the pathway
Yep.
that's parallel to Elwood and taking people around the
lake.
lake
Mhm.
and around.
Sure.
I think it'd be a great way to make that physical fitness offering that people are clamoring for, and secondly, showcase the park
Yeah, all around.
in a
Great idea.
really grand way to do it. Yeah. And I don't know where we will be with the Puyallup interpretive stuff by that point in time.
The Nisqually project,
Nisqually
yeah,
project's gonna
by next June, we won't be completed. Well, I'd love to be completed, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure we will be, but,
Yeah.
it's coming along and we could highlight it. And,
Okay.
you know, the Nisqually tribe hasn't really been featured at this event, but the
Mhm.
partnership and the relationships that we're building right now, I see that as being something where it comes in, whether it's a standalone event or
We
we.
could certainly
put
have a
it-
booth to say, here's what's
Mhm.
coming.
Well, and the idea is that the area right by the plaza between that and the cemetery, that is sort of the
Yep.
area that could be the
Absolutely.
celebration area. And so
Yep.
we've talked to them several times about
Okay.
that. There's a thing called the canoe journey, though, that is kind of right about that same time. And
Mhm.
I believe that, I mean, that's all, everybody's at that. So
Right.
if that didn't coincide with that, but doesn't mean it can't be a highlighted feature there in some way.
Great. Okay, well, I look
Yeah.
forward to the new fun run.
Yeah, got it.
Yes,
Do you want, yep, okay,
Yeah.
I'll jump through it because
we could
we've
probably do all
we've-
three. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, is that next?
I
on
think
here?
as long as you're there, why don't we just take all three?
Okay.
They're here, I see them. But I
Yeah.
think let's take the other two.
I'll just, well, yeah, we have several. So I'm just gonna hit the farmer's market. I know you're
Yep.
pretty familiar with it. It's been moved to Fort Steilacoom Park for Dean, you might not, we started here with about 25 vendors. And now we average 100 vendors a day. It's on Tuesdays. It's more afternoon, evening, so it's really more accessible to the whole community. And it's an amazing event at Fort Steilacoom Park. I just wanted to, I'm not gonna go into those details again, but with our sponsorships and partnerships, it's really made the event amazing, right? We have really quality materials. We have all kinds of different partners that bring new people in to make this a really accessible and great farmers market. I just want to show, we average about 4,000 to 5,000 people a day when we do our event. We average about 100 vendors. The very first market might not have as many in the late September market, but otherwise, we usually have at least 100. And you can see every year the sales have gone up and the vendors, this is just opening day sales. This isn't the whole season. And so you can see that we have amazing, some of our vendors have been there since the beginning because it's such a quality event. We take care of them, they take care of us. So there's been continued growth. We know by doing surveys of our people that come to the market that about 28% of the people are also shopping in adjacent stores. So you're creating economic impact throughout the community besides just having that market there. About 33% spend 150 or more, and 31% spend about 25 to 45 is an average day. So you can see there's a lot of activity happening. It's supporting local business. One of the things that we've added, because equity is so important to our community, we provide healthy bucks. So the kids, every child that comes gets a $2 voucher and they can buy whatever fruits and vegetables they want. And the vendors are reimbursed for those things. We also have started SNAP and we have a market match. So we work with WIC, we work with older adults. So this is a completely accessible activity, and we've written grants to get benefits. So if they're doing $20, they can get $20 in the grant match. So then they're spending it with the vendors. So nobody loses any money. Everybody's making the money, and it just makes it more accessible for our community. And what are the things that you'll find at our event? You can see the setup, you can see the people is we have farmers and crafters, food vendors, of course, they sell out almost every week. And then we do have vendors that are coming from outside the 50-mile radius. We have vendors coming from Yakima, Wapato, Mount Vernon, Vancouver, and even one of our vendors comes from Vermont for our market.
Wow.
So can you imagine what they're selling? Guess, this is your test for the day. What do you think they're selling from Randolph, Vermont?
Maple syrup.
Maple syrup. I think they have a maple oak goat. I think they have a drink thing too. Of course, live music, we do face painting. And again, bringing in elements that make the market fun for everybody. It's not just walking around and buying apples. It's a whole day event. We know the longer you stay at the park, longer you come to an event, the more money you're going to spend. And so we found that to be the case. And so we'll be starting back up 2024. I hope you'll support the event. And I'm not going to go into all those details about the marketing and about the resources and the partnerships. I think you've seen that, you know that. I mean, I can, but it's going to be sort of the same. We really are strategic. The city's branding has changed. Our social media has increased and improved to help get the word out. So people,
Right.
it's a destination. People are bringing friends to the market who are visiting because they know it's a great place to come and show off our community. And it's a Fort Steilacoom. Great spot.
Any questions? I just want to say, I remember the first meeting you and I had, 10, 11 years ago? When we planted the seed for this farmer's market.
We absolutely did. And every year we would have a meeting, just so you know, every year we'd have a meeting, who's interested in being at a farmer's market? And nobody would show up, or a few people would show up and we'd say, okay, we're going to work together. And they said, I just want to buy lettuce. I don't want to work. I don't want to volunteer. And so the year that he's talking about, we had a meeting, 3:00 on a Friday, and 20 people showed up.
Yeah.
And 2 weeks later, we had another meeting and 20 more people showed up.
Okay.
And that was really how it started. 12 weeks here.
Yeah.
And then we outgrew it.
We finally, I think, not finally, but I think we have really hit the home run that we were always hoping to achieve. And it's all kind of come together with the location finally, the date, the time in the
Yeah.
afternoon now. People seem to love it. Obviously, the sales are increasing.
Yeah.
Coordination with the summer concert series, again, the facilitation of the parking area has expanded, people love the shade of the trees, so it's really been a home
Yeah,
run.
the location's really fantastic, especially with
Yeah.
hot days in the summer,
Yeah.
even a rainy day in the summer and bad air. You've got this amazing space that's sort of incubated from
Now,
that.
I've
so-
heard from some vendors that this is their favorite market to be at.
We take care of them and they take care of us.
So that's great.
It's
to
our
hear.
philosophy in everything. Right?
Uh,
Partnerships and relationships are really what make these happen, and that's why we're so
Absolutely.
successful.
Yep.
And of course, I'll just say Sally Martinez couldn't be here today. She's
Right.
taking her son to college. So I'm filling in. So she would probably be able to share a lot more, but the partnership, the teamwork that comes together to make this happen is really what makes it special.
Absolutely.
You can have a market anywhere, but this is an event every Tuesday.
It
Yeah.
truly
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
And I must say that having the summer concert series, that just dovetails right
Right.
afterwards,
Mhm.
really, I think has made a significant impact as well. Just personally talking to people that love to grab a bite, if there's any
Oh.
food left from the vendors.
Yeah.
And then heading out and listening to some great music, and you have really ramped up the quality of entertainment this year. So,
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. So I'm just going to rush through this since if you're,
Mhm.
do you have any more farmers market questions? We
No.
could just jump right into the summer concert. So
Please.
it was great segue. Thank you, Linda, to talk about that. The summer concerts now are on Tuesdays. They're following the market. So it is like I said, it's an event now that has really grown. People come to the market, they're staying longer. We're seeing increased sales and also on market night, you can see this is happening. We have expanded the program. We have more concerts, more people, which creates more tourism, and you can see the quality of the shows and the people participating. Bands come from far and near. This was a Queen retro band. I mean, we really had some fantastic bands this year, and those bands have followings. Those bands promote it throughout the state or throughout the area, and people come from all over to see the bands that they follow. And we're seeing that at increased participation, and it was really a great season of events. So not only are the bands coming from far and near, but so are the fans. And again, we're making this really accessible for all ages, all abilities. We try and address style, genre, cultures, et cetera. So it's pretty amazing. And then we plan on continuing in summer 2024. We hope that you'll support that effort. And again, it's a good partnership. I love a 2-for-1. When you do like a giant market that's amazing, and then you have this concert series, you're really doubling on the logistics, the supervision, the parking, you're not having, bringing in all of the attractions. Some of the vendors stay until, longer than the market normally would end because people are buying their food if they haven't sold out. But our food vendors do really, really well.
Questions on that?
Not specifically on that. I'm just tracking what presentations have you done?
We did Summerfest.
Summerfest?
We did farmer's market, and I just piggybacked on the market with the concerts because it's on the
That's what I
same
thought.
day.
Okay, just
Yeah.
making sure I keep it up.
Mhm.
So another question, because
Sure.
I love events.
Yeah.
And if you had more money in the concert series, could you, and would it make any sense to have a headliner band maybe for the afternoon at Summerfest, something like you would see at the Washington Fairground, maybe not to that level, but something intermediate where that would be an incredible draw, maybe partially ticketed, maybe not.
Mhm.
Would that be of value? And could we
Well,
pull it off?
Well, we can always pull something off.
Yeah.
And it would, but you really go from, you go from like a $5,000 event.
Mhm.
You're talking like a $20,000 or $50,000 event when
Okay.
you start looking at, some of the higher
Mhm.
named
Mhm.
acts. And so could we? Absolutely. But we would be contracting for some of those services. We don't have the
Yep.
capacity inside, but
Right.
absolutely. And we see, whether that's at the concert series or whether we want to do that as its own specialty activity or event, which once we get these new facilities up and going, we'll have a better idea how that can work. You know, one of the problems with Fort Steilacoom is that there's 14 different ways to get into the park. It's really hard to have a ticketed type event unless you're putting in a lot of infrastructure to sort of support that. We're going to have some of that infrastructure next year. So,
Got it. Well, we do have the fencing now around the pavilion.
yeah, but it's not, it wasn't, the fencing around the pavilion wasn't so much to create a separation for the
Mhm.
event. We're really doing that mostly for future use of the pavilion, because you can have a private type of event. You can have a wine garden where you're not stuck inside a room or stuck inside a
Right.
4-foot wall. Because it's controlled and
Right.
secure.
Yeah. Exactly.
You can have an event in that activity, but of course, it defines an area, and that is
Mhm.
also something that you can do.
Right.
But you
Okay.
can you'll be sitting on top of the playground watching the concerts, not that,
Exactly.
you're not, that's the Cheney Stadium free,
Yeah.
like you go to
Right.
Foss to look at the fireworks.
Right. Exactly.
So,
But maybe shoulder season activity would be the way to go too. if
like
we're
a
talking
series that was
about-
that was
Yeah.
like a ticketed series, which could be really special.
Yes.
Yeah, that could
yeah.
be.
And we see those things happening, but we don't have those facilities right now to look at what that, all the logistics to go. We
Uh-huh.
take, we really are very thoughtful in safety, risk management, access, marketing. And so until we're really ready to put that on and really see how it feels and what the use and availability would be.
Yeah.
But I would see that coming back in the future.
Okay, very
Yeah.
good.
Not that we won't pull it out of our hat because we find some great partners. That
Right.
happens all the time. But right now we're kind of hitting the mark on all the things that we're doing with the
Yeah.
resources that we have. So,
It's a shoulder season opportunity though, for a
Indeed.
destination. Yeah.
yeah, or even just a specialty kind of a thing.
Mhm.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Okay, well, thank you. Those are the three buckets you,
I got two more, but we'll jump in on those, I think, later this afternoon since your people are there.
and
We
the
have
other two are the
Street Festival and the Fiesta de la Familia.
Okay, unless
Good, you
Susan
have
wants
it.
to
It's their
defer for
turn.
5 minutes, but we can, it's your time now, Susan, if you like.
Good, yeah, see, we partner, everybody in the community benefits. Absolutely. Come on up.
Okay, so we are on track. It's 10:20 and now our friends from Lakewood Gardens. Good afternoon, or morning, I should say.
Hi.
Page they on.
Okay.
Oh, okay,
So-
great. Mhm. Hello. Hi, team. Hello.
Hi, good morning.
How are
Thank
you?
for
Good.
having us here.
Thank
Yes.
you, and thank you for the great support, really. It's amazing and it's helping us do so much more. So we're very excited. So thank you. Well, just to start off, I'm really, really happy to tell you that our attendance has increased by 5,000 year over year. And so we're on exactly the trajectory we wish to be in. We continue to expand our programs. We are now a garden for all seasons. And our latest new offering was theater in the garden. And this summer, we produced an abridged version of Midsummer Night's Dream with Harlequin Productions, and we sold out. And so we're very, very happy to include more dramatic productions in our upcoming seasons. So if we could go to the first slide, you will see how we're doing attendance year over year. Next slide. And this is how we spend our LTAC funds. We have contracted with a new social media company called Manastash Media. And they are expanding our online presence as well dramatically, as you can see.
Susan, a quick question.
Yeah.
Can you go back a couple slides on the
Yeah.
attendance? Because I saw 21 to 22, but I didn't see 23 in there.
Yeah, I asked them to go back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going a little too quick. Thank you.
Keep going.
Going back,
There you go.
there's 23.
Oh, there's 23. Okay. zipped through the slide there.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, it is great. And our people are coming from up and down the I-5 corridor, from far afield as Vancouver, BC to Portland, Oregon, and beyond. And we do have overseas visitors as well.
That's great.
So we're starting to make good traction on our marketing. I'm really delighted with it. And if we could go back to the pie chart. There we go. Great partnership with KNKX and King FM. You can see the theater in the garden growing. We're adding dramatic happenings to many of our events. Our upcoming All Hallows production will include a meeting of Edgar Allan Poe and the monster of Gravelly Lake. So it's going to be really fun. Moving ahead, we were on this slide looking at our Manastash Media partnership. As an aside, they also do the social media for Tacoma Symphony and are credited with really expanding Tacoma Symphony's audience, and they're doing the same for us. So we are really increasing our online presence, and obviously that has affected our attendance as well.
And that 25% increase reflects just since they've been working with us in June. So that's a really fast return on their work.
Yes, absolutely. And there's the program for Midsummer Night's Dream up there. Sold out, great. And okay, Fairy Fest, you're familiar with Fairy Fest?
Sorry.
Mayfest, next slide, Mayfest. We had 475 attendees, held 3 consecutive days, local makers, included live performances, of course, and again, up and down the I-5 corridor visitors. Next slide. Fairy Fest, 661 attendees, going up. This is a great event, again, local makers, performances, and it's a really charming event if you haven't attended.
And what's nice about this event is that the community can participate ahead of time by creating a fairy house and really engaging with the natural materials in the gardens and becoming involved with the event before it actually happens. So it's got some involvement with the community prior to the weekend that it's held, which is nice.
And that fairy house building competition is growing by leaps and bounds, and you would be astounded at the quality of the fairy houses. Next slide. And this was a new program that we launched 2 years ago, All Hallows Eve. And that is growing exponentially as well. We, in 2022, unfortunately, there was a lot of smoke from the wildfires in our first couple of days, but this year is looking much more positive. And this whole concept is rooted in education and climate change, and there's a whole mythology that we have constructed around the Gravelly Lake monster who appears every night. And it's a really fabulous event. And this coming one will also include a spooky organ concert. So.
And I think that another thing to note about the monster that Susan mentioned is that is building on a tradition from the Steilacoom tribe. And so we've had their permission and had discussions with them about building on that narrative that they've maintained in that history. So it's been bringing in that other cultural element as well.
Next slide. Winter solstice is one of our biggest events when we have been lighting the garden. And you see Ronna Yellowrobe, who actually plays December 21st, the actual solstice night. And she plays for the trees, and she is a phenomenal performer. And this event is a unique mixture of music, lights, activities around the solstice. And it sets Lakewood apart from other lighting events because this is an artist installation. And it is really quite phenomenal. And this year, we are also going to be doing more art activities in the house. We are working with a lantern maker, and she will make lanterns with our visitors, and they will go on a tour of the gardens in the dark with their handmade lanterns. Anything to add there, Helen?
I think just highlighting the same thing that Susan said, all of our programs are artist driven like this. So it's not just a holiday lights celebration. It's a really unique opportunity for guests to engage with art in a unique way.
Next slide. Oh, we have a little video. Can we play that video? That would be wonderful.
I think if you click on the arrow.
This winter, at Lakewood Gardens, we focused on aspects of nature few people ever get to see, like what's happening in the middle of the ocean or the magnetic field around the Earth. The universe can't be quantified, but by capturing certain information, we can explore connections within it. Our hope is that by using this information to affect light and sound, people will see those connections from a new perspective. Experience lights dancing along to the sounds of a carefully curated list of local musicians, with the gardens as an awe-inspiring living set. Solstice Lights is a celebration. We hope you'll join us to celebrate the artists and musicians who contribute to its magic.
And then can you continue to the next slide? Because I think Rocking the Roadies is a new concert series that we have initiated. It was on Labor Day. And there again is our local saxophone quartet. And that was really great. People can come and picnic on the lawn and enjoy great music. We really are, our vision is to be a center for art, music, and nature. And I think with regard to our quality of our arts programming, we are the Art Center for Lakewood. So going on. Music from Home. This is the first program we initiated in 2019. And it's a series that focuses on local composers and musicians who don't always get the opportunity to have their work heard. And it has really become a jewel for Lakewood. We have sold out audiences. The quality of the classical music that is being performed is outstanding. We have people coming from Seattle and beyond to hear the musicians and composers that we feature. And I'm happy to say, after 3 years, nearly 4 years of programming, we finally got a National Endowment for the Arts grant, which is a stamp of approval as to the quality of what we're offering. You have to have 3 years of arts program before you could even apply. And we got it on our first try. So thank you, Helen, who writes all our grants. So the highlight for this coming December is we were able to commission our own unique composition from a composer for a mezzo-soprano, and we will be producing our first unique composition. So we're
And this-
very happy with that.
Yeah, and the special thing about that piece is that it is about the unknown soldier and specifically geared to the military community. So we're doing partnership already with the local VA hospital on programming, but we're also hoping to really engage our local military families with this type of rich programming that serves their unique experience as part of the military in our region. They make up such a huge part of our population. And this sort of programming is something that we're only going to continue to increase doing.
Yes, I think that Poetry in the Garden. Next slide. Poetry in the Gardens was also initiated in 2020, and it continued through the pandemic because we were able to do it virtually. So what we have here, this is a juried competition for poets, and 10 poets are selected, and we film them, record them in their favorite place in the garden, and then we put up a QR code. So visitors can, while they're wandering through the garden, will come across a QR code and can listen to poetry in the garden. So it becomes a multi-sensory experience. And this is, again, a program that happens in the winter, in February. And the winter garden is just as beautiful in its own unique way as the summer garden. So these programs go a long way to making us a garden for all seasons so that we continue to build our attendance. Next slide. And this is our art shows. Again, high quality visual artists in the Wagner House. The Wagners were great patrons of the arts, and we continue that tradition with these very high quality exhibitions, talks, lectures, and also giving local artists a chance to exhibit their work in a professional environment. You will note that during the pandemic, we were able to install proper lighting, track lighting, and a hanging system that allows us to present art in a very professional environment. And again, supported by Artswa and Arts Fund. Again, a testament to the quality that we are able to bring to Lakewood. Next slide. And we still do weddings. We're a popular wedding venue. And weddings, retreats, memorials, these still all happen in the gardens as well. Next slide. I think that's it. So there we are. A snapshot of our offerings and what we've been doing in the last 4 years.
Very good. Well, any questions? I have a few. So lots of programming. Obviously, I've been involved.
Yes.
I'm not on the board, you know, full disclosure. I was on the board for a number of years. I'm not on the board currently. So a question, this is the largest ask that Lakewood's made. to
Yes.
date. And one of the questions I get at council periodically on behalf of members of council with regard to any organization asking for a large amount of funds is tell us about some of the grant programs, but also some of the revenue generating activities kind of to date. So we've seen attendance increase. How has revenue for activities increased? It goes to that quote unquote self-sustaining question that I get.
Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you. And Helen can jump in on this. We have a very robust grants program. And all the activities, programs that you saw are supported in one way or another by grants. So Helen, would you like to speak to that?
Absolutely. So we have been very lucky to receive some significant grants from funders. The nature of the organization is that general operating support is one of the hardest things to come by. And that often is what we're dipping into when we're paying artists, when we're paying for marketing, when we are creating these fantastic programs for Lakewood residents. Not all of that is covered by grant money.
Right.
And so support from LTAC allows us to continue to invest these types of programs in the community in really rich, meaningful ways. And makes up the difference for us where the grants can't fully fund those things. So despite the fact that we're constantly actively fundraising, these are the programs that need a little extra support, especially with marketing and artist fees. Yeah.
And I think also the business model to create a garden for all seasons is essential for the long-term sustainability of Lakewood Gardens.
Absolutely. I think you're on a right trajectory with that.
And to
Yes.
Susan's point, these programs are only really have happened in the last 4 years.
Yep.
So we're continuing to build that cycle.
Mhm.
And I think once we've had a few more years and continue to build our sustainability through attendance numbers, we'll see an increase in revenue there as well.
Yes.
One of the things I've thought of, and maybe you're already doing this, but as I'm thinking through my years on the Northwest Sinfonietta board, there was an opportunity to have sort of an annual subscription for members, and that would entitle you to 5 concerts in the season,
Mhm.
all the concerts, or maybe in your situation, a couple of concerts at home, a couple of special events, or whatever panoply of stuff that someone might want to do it.
Yeah.
Do we do that at Lakewood now? And it seems to me you would build a steady base of annual revenue with people who want to subscribe to the events at Lakewood, and then they get to maybe pick what they want to get, so you don't hurt yourself on revenue for people who
Yes.
attend, but you get a sustainable base of supporting patrons who
Yes.
want to come to one music at home or one of the art events or, you know, the solstice, whatever it could be. But if you build a package, I think you're going to have a sustainable subscription base.
It's a great idea, Jason, and we really appreciate that suggestion, and we'll look into it. We've talked around it, you know, but I think it's a brilliant idea and something that I think our patrons would really appreciate.
I think so too, because people come to the gala and they'll drop $1,000.
Yes.
But then they got to pay $10 to come into the garden the next day, right? And so it's not a huge deal, but there's got to be a way to massage those patrons so they become not just patrons, but fans.
Yes.
Time and time and time again on an annual basis.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll look into that right away.
Okay.
Thank you.
A little program brochure, the whole thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you get 100 or 200 patrons at, pick a number, $200 a year. You got a sustainable base, and then they'll come to the special events as well because they're getting monthly or quarterly
Yes,
information pieces.
we'll do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's great.
Any other questions, suggestions? Sorry, I'm the guy who's all about suggestions for everyone else except for myself, but yeah.
Thank you.
Am I working? Here we go. We enjoy a great relationship with you all and I've done more with you, I think, in the last season than probably ever. So, and thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful asset. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you very much. Thank you.
Thank
And
you all.
thank you, City of Lakewood.
We appreciate
really.
your consideration.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Yep. Yeah, and just before you leave, any comments from the business community on your thoughts? I mean, obviously having a center for art, music and culture, you know, horticulture in the city is a huge deal for our business community.
Absolutely. We are always delighted to see all of the, I don't want to say clever, but they are clever. You know, All Hallows Eve, for example, is just one more wonderful component that you have added. I was so excited. I was so excited with your winter activities, but to see something in the autumn as well, that's just upping your ante. I think that we need to have more collaboration between
Yes,
the business community and figure out ways where we might be able to jump on board and be more proactive in promoting of each other. So
Yeah.
let's
well, thank you.
We'd love
Yes,
that, Linda.
Yes.
Yeah, come and
We'll
see
call
us.
you.
absolutely, we'll get together.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One way to do that is to promote executive retreats over there. you know, and then you expose a different segment of the community
Mhm.
to the offerings so that they may want to become subscription holders or whatever. I mean, it's all that sort of circular sort of
Exactly.
stuff.
Yeah,
We need to coordinate a
Yes.
council event there some evening.
well, that'd be
Obviously, if they-
wonderful.
Be wonderful, yeah.
We need to do that. I think
Yeah, that would be
really
great.
Thank you. Yeah,
healthy. Yeah,
Awesome. That'd be great.
great.
okay.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Thanks.
thanks again. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, I see our good lieutenant back there. So perhaps we can have a few minutes stretch break, get some coffee, and then Pete, come on up. Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after a brief recess with our Lodging Tax Advisory Committee work. Next up, we have the Lakes Cross Country Booster Club presentation. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for your time. My name is Peter Johnson. I am a parent, most importantly, in the Lakes Cross Country program for the last 6 years, and based on the ages of my kids, probably for the next 18, but also currently serving as the president of the Lakes Cross Country Booster Club. Here to talk to you today about the Fort Steilacoom Cross Country Invitational that happens every year. Just for a little history, our booster club was really originally inspired by Joe Clark, who's still the coach at Lakes High School for the cross country team, and he has grown the program from the mid-90s to what it is today. The original, see here, the original invitation was held in 1998, and it consisted of 15 teams and 350 participants. Now, in the mid-90s, I was running in the Nisqually League and used to run in this park, and every team that ran back then created their own course. And so you never really knew where you were going. There were a lot of lost kids and a lot of spray paint on the ground. And then in 2005, the Booster Club and Travel Tacoma and the Parks Department partnered up and created a set course that would be both conducive and just showcase the beauty of Fort Steilacoom Park, and also not be interrupting for the dog park and the people that utilize the park for other purposes. So here we go. The first one with 15 teams, 350 participants. This last Saturday, we had 3,478 runners cross the finish line, representing 111 teams. That was 95 high schools, and the other 20 or so teams made up of middle schools and club teams. So as you can see, we've grown quite a bit. Now it's 3,400, almost 3,500 racers. That's up from 2,400 participants in 2022. Let's see. And that's after a 2-year hiatus because of the pandemic. It's now grown to be one of the 4 largest invitational meets in the Pacific Northwest. And I'll go back to the pandemic. That really changed. Missing 2 years really changed the focus of what we were looking at. The Booster Club is just motivated to give our kids in Lakewood the best running experience possible, and to create situations where they can compete against the widest variety of runners from as far away as possible, so they can put up their talent against the best of the best. So we missed 2 years, and it prompted us to work with Travel Tacoma and figure out what exactly was the impact. Not only did our kids miss running, but how does that impact the running community who was counting on this meet that's been growing and growing every year, and financially. And we'll circle back to that in a minute. We draw kids from Oregon, Idaho, California, British Columbia. We also host the league championships at the park, and the setup and equipment that is funded by the Fort Steilacoom Park Invitational for the boosters helps to sponsor the equipment and courses that are set up, that is used by Lakes High School, Clover Park High School, all the middle schools and club teams that run in the area. And it also goes to additional club teams in the surrounding Pierce County. So it gets utilized very heavily, culminating in the league championships at the end of October. So conservatively, the Fort Steilacoom Park Invitational brings between 4,000 and 7,000 participants and spectators to the city. Many of them staying overnight, but we will break down the numbers to talk about that. This year by zip code, the team zip codes, 81 teams are more than 20 miles, 55 more than 30, 44 more than 40. Let's jump all the way to 15 of those teams traveled over 100 miles and 4 of those teams traveled over 300 miles as a team. Registered runners that traveled more than 80 miles were 528. It's pretty significant when you're talking about hotel and lodging. They've got to stay somewhere and they've got to eat. In fact, I was setting up for 2 days. Well, I set up all day Friday, managed it all day Saturday, took it down all day Saturday night. And on Friday, I saw Kelso, Yakima, Post Falls, Idaho, team buses coming in just to walk the course and warm up and run. So they're here local, and that's, we're not even talking about their parents and spectators that are coming with them. Well, jumping ahead. So if you could refer to this email written after we missed 2 years by Fergus Hike from Travel Tacoma. I just highlighted, and I'm not going to read it to you ad nauseum, but it is an interesting read because it covers the destination's international economic impact calculator and how they come up with the actual financial impact that an event has. It also shows that Travel Tacoma goes out of their way to lowball their estimates because they want to be realistic. They'd rather be pleasantly surprised than be off in their numbers. So they know that realistically, most every runner, and again, we almost had, what was that, 30, how many runners did I say? A lot. 3,500 runners. Realistically, those would each come statistically with 2.3 spectators. He did his math based on 1 spectator per runner. And if you jump down to the second page where I was highlighting, he says, if you have 1,400 runners show up for 2021, which we did, and only 25% of them stayed in a hotel overnight, that would be a 600 room night potential impact of $417,000, which is a loss of total impact, economic impact of 600,000. Jumping to more realistic numbers from this year, which was 3,000 runners show up, and again, we had 3,500. That looks at a 1,250 room nights, potential direct economic impact of 871,000 for a total economic impact of $1.2 million. These are hard numbers, and we're not talking about Lakewood residents or Tacoma residents. We're talking about multi-state residents that are coming here to Lakewood for this large draw event. And this year, we were very late to the game, but because we had these numbers, we thought, well, we really should be doing more for these teams to let them know what we have in Lakewood and what their options are, which prompted me to talk to Bryn Grimley of our Lakewood Communication Department, and she created a very specific website, which we pushed out to all of the coaches and parents. And if you have the time to explore this website, I highly recommend it. It's excellent because not only does it include the hotels in Lakewood that can accommodate large teams. It also included not just restaurants, but restaurants that have banquet rooms that could be booked so that teams could go and collectively all eat together, which I thought is that's a big deal. I know we look for that as a team when we travel. So currently, this event we put on last weekend, we estimate it costs about $8,300 to put on, and that cost is recovered through team fees, local business donations, shirt sales, community volunteers, and frankly, parents' wallets. I spent, like I told you, 2 days setting up and taking down and running this event, at which point other parents are running to buy 60 pizzas for teachers. I'm running to buy every fence stake that Lowe's had in stock, because if you've never put 3 miles of fencing and flagging in a park in very hard ground, it takes a lot of driving. And the boosters for the last 25 years have been so creative. We have wooden stakes, we have fence stakes, we have pieces of rebar, we have metal conduit spray painted orange and bent at one end so you can pound it into the ground. But it takes a lot of blisters and a lot of love from about 50 volunteers to do that. And that's not even getting into the volunteers it takes to run the parking and to keep that flowing. Parking 95 buses is no small joke. And we are blessed in Lakewood to have a lot of people that are willing to step up and help us to make it happen, but we are outgrowing our volunteer potential. And this website is only going to help to grow, and I'm looking forward to partnering with the city to push this out way further in advance and really encourage teams to make a weekend of it that are traveling. Also pointing out that the equipment isn't just used for this weekend, that it is utilized by the entire Clover Park School District, as well as 76 regional teams from Seattle to Olympia throughout the fall season that are all traveling to Fort Steilacoom Park to run that amazing course. Fort Steilacoom Park truly is a diverse terrain, and there aren't that many courses that offer you open fields, forest trails, hills, views, water, and allow even a parent that is only slightly motivated can find a place where they can cheer for their runner 3 or 4 different times by just doing a minimal amount of walking because of the course that's currently set up. Our team, Lake's team, will be traveling to Yakima in one weekend, at which point we will be letting all the kids go. They'll all have hotels. The Booster Club will fund all their meals. And it gives them this great experience. They also travel to other invitationals that are outside and get overnight experiences. And I say this, I'm jumping out of the interest of how many people we bring to Lakewood, just to say, we've been doing this without thinking about Lakewood economic impact now for years and years. And we're going to continue to do it. But anything that we can get out of partnership from this committee just gets dumped right back into the community and into the kids and opens up more opportunity and is going to improve this event and improve the draw. And we're going to improve the event through better marketing and better advertising. Further out, we're going to be able to improve our parking and our safety, team hospitality, parent experience. The food truck lines, I think we had 4 or 5 food trucks this year, and the line was never shorter than 50 people. It was a lot. Same for the Santa cans, more Santa cans, more just improved experience, because we already have a great following, and that's going to grow as our reputation grows as we improve the ease of use of our beautiful park. I love this sport. No one gets cut on a cross-country team, and I really don't think you can say that about any other team. We have a great guy named Bob whose kid ran in the 90s for Coach Clark, and he still comes out and volunteers. And his quote that he tells me as we watch the kid finish in 40 minutes is, well, that kid is beating every other kid that never joined the team by 3.2 miles. And it's true. Every kid that runs comes out ahead, and this entire program and this event benefits them. So in summation, Travel Tacoma did the math for us. The city of Lakewood will gain thousands of visitors and their associated travel dollars spent each year during the Fort Steilacoom Invite, and thousands of more visitors during the cross-country season each fall. New efforts to partner with Lakewood Lodging, Food, and Activities will increase benefit to the city. Dollars spent on improvements of the event and its equipment will grow the event in popularity and make it even more of a destination than it already is. And most importantly, a Lakewood Lodging Tax Grant will allow the Booster Club to do these improvements and simultaneously invest more money in the program and experience for the kids of Lakewood, which is really what we care about. Scholarships to the 2 summer running camps that are held at Lakes and at White Pass, at the White Pass facility. We'll be able to add more travel competitions, better training equipment, and general program improvement. I go to the final slide. Yes, this is straight off of my email. For the past 6 years, 6 months in advance, I have booked a room as close as I can possibly get to the Sun Willows Golf Course in Tri-Cities. Now, why do I do that? It is not for the beaches. It is not because Kelso has a view of anything. If anybody here is from Kelso, I apologize. But my only draw there is my kids, and I routinely pay between $300 and $500 for a room for my wife and I, so that we can drive over the 3.5 hours one night and stay there, usually buy dinner, cheer for our kids, buy them and their friends breakfast and lunch the next day, and cheer our hearts out. And I will continue to do this, as I said, for the next 18 years. If Kelso can do this,
Right.
Lakewood can absolutely do this. We are a much better destination, and I say that with all bias, but it's true. So thank you for your time. Are there any questions about it?
It is sunny at the state meet, though, I have to say.
I have seen runners in the snow there as well.
Any questions?
You clearly have demonstrated an understanding of how this works.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and this is the first year that your group has made a submission, right, to lodging tax?
I think prior to Travel Tacoma's math, we only were focused on what it meant to the runners. We never realized regionally what it was. And there was a moment when you stand back and you see 95 buses. There's so many buses, we had to open up a new entrance. And the parks have done all these great developments. There's new punch outs along Elwood.
Yep.
We had parking attendants just dedicated to pack those buses. And at one point I got a phone call saying we have room for 2 more buses because we had 95 buses parallel parked
Yeah.
along by the dog park. But that allowed for the parents and the kids to not have to worry about getting run over while they loaded and
What
unloaded.
feedback do you typically get from the out of towners about the park? They must love it, obviously, right?
They absolutely do. And a lot of, we answer a lot of questions about where parents can see their kids the most or where they're running.
Yeah.
They love the food trucks we bring in. We've had requests for many more. We've been
Yeah.
able to organize it where we almost have a food court now.
Yeah, that'd be great next year. Yeah.
It's hard to beat Fort Silicon Park.
Yeah, it is.
And also we run all of those races in a 5-hour period.
Right.
So nobody's waiting. I mean, there is a race taken off with professional chip timing, thanks to generous donations. We've been able to add midway point chip timing. So coaches are now walking up, scanning a QR code and getting live feedback from when their kids are hitting the 1 mile, the 1.5 miles, the 2 mile, and that's huge. Yeah.
That's huge. I think I encouraged Mr. Clark to apply this year.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, so I'm supportive for sure. Anything else?
Just a quick
It's a
comment.
huge event.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I mean, our organization about 8 or 9 years ago began this journey with Joe when it was just a local event
Mhm.
and with the vision that it would become a destination event. You know, I mean, had a few travelers back then, but not enough to resonate. So, you know, through other means, well, I mean, we bought those timing devices, right? So so to start looking at deltas to break through and raise this thing and Joe, I mean, in our cross-country committee that we have for the region, I mean, Joe sits on the top of the pyramid for us and, you know, was part of the Chambers Creek development as well and just the whole cross-country ecosystem. And all along as we, you know, sat with this, knowing that strategically this was going to be, and it is now, I think, the biggest in the Pacific Northwest. I think we have more runners than the Nike event gets, or we're close.
It feels larger
Yeah.
than the state meet anymore. It really
Yeah,
does.
for sure, for sure. So bravo, I think, and the fact that, and bravo that we together walked this up to the point where you're at the table now to this first ask. That was the ultimate goal in this. So
That's great.
this is a masterclass in development and seeing something get to that point. And I'm proud that it's done that. It is so exciting to see this thing. I love this event and what it represents. So you guys have great job.
We can get some of these, you know, the D1 schools, the college schools then to come actually here, you know, and utilize the park convention. That would be great.
And that really is part of the presentation. We've scratched it. When I talk about equipment we've built or things we've created, obviously the more professional we present with the startings, you know, with the, whether it's chip timing or the big structure that we have for the
Absolutely,
finish
yeah.
line, but you start having matching flags and equipment that looks a little more professional.
Yeah,
We'll absolutely get it.
that'll be great. Yeah, one of these days, I'm sure this is going to continue to grow. One of the things that's fabulous for parents at the Nike Invitational in Boise that I've had the opportunity to go to for the last 2 years, they have this massive blow up sort of screen. And they have somebody that's ahead of the runners with a go-kart, if you will, with a camera, so that the parents in the back can see the runners on the screen at all points of the race.
That's a small ask. That's easy. We
It's
can do that.
fantastic, and the parents love it. And then, of course, you know, what's next to the big TV screen? Food trucks, coffee trucks for the parents. They get their stuff, and they can watch their kid come down the hill or wherever they are because the vehicle dune buggy thing has got the camera by a sponsor, and they're just ahead of the kids watching the race. Everyone can see it, even though it's, you know, around the corner up the hill or whatever. So something to think about.
Well, and what's great about Fort Silicon Park, even though we're crowded,
Yeah.
with staffing, it can handle way more.
Oh,
There's still
absolutely.
so much parking in fields that we haven't utilized
Yeah.
yet, so the growth potential is there. So,
It's huge. Yeah. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, let's see. Next on our list today, we've got the Lakewood Chamber, but we could jump to the Historical Society if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
Oh, you are last. Got it. Welcome, welcome.
One more, let me get you
Oh, I
one
know,
more.
I know. Yeah, exactly. It's because I wanted to.
Oh.
I'll give you those. Those are.
Yeah, I'm all about cheerleading for Lakewood. Oh, Pete's wonderful, yeah.
I can't stand up and talk. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Jones, yes. Do we have to turn it on or it's on?
It's on.
Okay.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Welcome, Mr. Mayor and fellow members for the LTACs. My name is Ed Voy. I'm the new president of the Lakewood Historical Society, a proud graduate of Clover Park High School. My three daughters also attended the Clover Park School District. First one at Clover Park, second one Lakes High School, third one Lakes High School. And my third one was a homecoming queen and prom queen, not the daffodil queen, but very, very personable. And she was just Miss Congeniality. So a little bit about Lakes High School. Hey, I love them both. I know. Well, I'll go one more. When I was working at the Boeing Company, I'm still working here at age 70, but we signed a banner for the B-2 bomber program. So my signature with the famous Edward T. Voy is in the Smithsonian. It's probably in some back room someplace, but it is really there, you know. So what I want to do is introduce to you our vice president and our former president, Ms. Sue Scott, who is now our secretary, treasurer type thing. And she does a great job and she's kind of tooling me in how to do this properly. But I love history. When I was in college, you know, I went to Fort Sill Community College and transferred to PLU and I got, you know, B's and C's, but in history, I got A's. I don't know why, but I just love it. So anyway, so without further ado, I'm going to give you to our vice president, Phil Raschke, AKA historical Phil, not hysterical Phil. Try that again.
Hysterical is probably more.
That's probably right. So Phil, take it away.
Okay. Well, good morning again. Well, I'm gonna, for some of you that have been on the commission, it'll be a little bit of a review for the new members, just to give them a little background. But 2023 was a great year for the museum. We had more programs, more events, and more visitors than we've ever had. Next slide. Our biggest concern, as with everybody else, is inflation. Everything goes up, up, and up. That's our location. If you're familiar with the Motor Avenue, we're right there in the old Colonial Center, Lakewood Theater. We're actually slightly to the left of that photo, but we give tours inside the theater so people can see the old theater, which was built in 1937.
Real quickly.
Yes.
1964, I lived about 3 blocks from there. They raised the price from 25 cents to 35 cents for the movie. And the movie I saw was PT 109 starring Cliff Robertson, Ty Harden, Norman Fell, Robert Blake, and it was great. But 35 cents, but you still got 2 movies usually, a short and a cartoon. Take it away, Phil.
Yes.
I'll stop.
And we'll come to the movies in a second. As far as background, when we went over to that location, it was not much there. It was in a very poor state. You can see everybody's working. Next slide. That's what it looked like when we finished. And we did it very economically. Next slide. We initially went in there. There was a lot of infestation. Willard and Ben and his relatives were all there. We got rid of them, but sad to report in the last 30 days, Willard and Ben have revisited. So we're working on that. They're not in the museum itself, but they're in the back areas because there are other complexes in there to include a restaurant. That's our welcome. That's the big banner we have when you enter. Next. The historic Heath cabin, which was out on the prairies, and we have Heath kept a daily diary. If you really want to know what was going on here back in the 1840s, it's his diary. We've also got a QR code on the wall. You can go up, put your phone to it, and hear a presentation. That's actually from his diary. There's a recitation of what he wrote. Next. Films, obviously, that TV is triggered when you walk by it. It starts to give you the history of the theater and things like that. We created a media room, a TV room. We do presentations. In fact, we're doing one this afternoon called Postcards from the Park. Postcards, we're in cooperation with the the Pierce County Library. And we can hold up to 60 people in there, but we get 65 in there. Anyhow, volunteers do it all. There's 9 volunteers. There's no paid staff. We do have a part-time consultant. That consultant helps us create our exhibits. But the 9 volunteers, 3 of which are standing right here, fundraise, market, operate the museum 12 months a year. I was good at math. 12 months a year. Next, please. The rent and utilities is our biggest expense, 26.5K. Marketing, graphics, and programs, another 13. The newsletters, of which we're going to be handing out some, which are historical in themselves. If you collect them, you get a lot of history in each edition. Then we do displays, artifacts, markers. We just put a new marker out over at the Woodbrook Riding Club. And we've got two others. We're trying to find the exact location of the old Lakewood train station, where in the 1885, the Chinese were moved from Tacoma and walked out to the Lakewood train station and put on trains to go south. Anyhow, our total expenses come to about 65,000. Now, I'm going to use the word collections. I'm going to come back to that. We put in there 5,000 additional for collections. So our total expenses next year would be 68,000, and I'll go through that collections. Next slide. Collections project. The last time we updated our collections was in 2017. It's all done manually on paper, which a lot of it you can't read. We've got many new artifacts in the last 7 years. We need to update and digitize, and every museum that is a legitimate museum has a collection specialist and keeps track of their collections. These are things that are not on display. Next slide. Our consultant actually found a person that is willing to do this for us, and she has the experience in the background. We'd like to update them to the present and completely digitize the system. There's a new software program out that does this, and we would purchase it. The total cost and the presentation, do you want to? We've shown you an example of the proposal she gave us. It's $10,000 spread over 2 years, $5,000 a year. Next slide. So, based on our estimated income from membership donations, special grants, and everything, we generate ourselves about 28.5 minus 63, which is our normal operating, and I go up to 34.5 because I included the 5,000 for collections. We have an operating shortfall of 39.5, which is actually what our request is. On the other hand, next slide. Our current goals are to get host 10 historical events. Our next event is going to be on Veterans Day. We have our annual membership meeting, and we're going to be showing the movie. It's a Vietnam movie called Go Tell the Spartans, starring Burt Lancaster. It's considered the finest Vietnam film about the Vietnam War that was made. Most people haven't seen it. It was written by a gentleman named Dan Brown, who I've been in communication with, and he's going to autograph some books and send them to us so we can give them away as part of our marketing to draw attendance. Go Tell the Spartans. We've already, we plan to put out 2 historical markers. We have one out and we're making ready for the other one. Every year we try to put out 2 historical markers, and you'll see a photo of them. Put out 4 issues of the Prairie Gazette that you have. Keep our membership at 300, and I think it's slightly over. We're pretty close, but we're over 300. Refresh our exhibits, and I'm going to come to that, and gain 10 hotel nights a year. And keep the museum open 2 to 3 days a week from noon to 4. Now, as I've said before to others, you're never going to operate a museum that's going to make money for you. The museum, it's a tough business in these days. There isn't a museum, whether it's DuPont or Stillicum or anywhere, that makes enough money to cover the expenses. Next. Those are copies of the Prairie Gazette. And we also try to cross-market with the city. We work with Sally Martinez. You see the Saturday street festivals on Motor Avenue. That brings in a lot of crowds. We open the museum and we get a good attendance. A lot of people come through on these street festivals. And on the one on the right at the bottom, there's a gentleman who came from Japan, and he stayed here, and he came to the museum because he heard about it and wanted to see it. Next slide. With 3 new traffic building programs. One is kind of a carryover. It says, if you can't come to us, we come to you. We go out and make PowerPoint presentations to the Rotary, to the Kiwanis, any civic groups. It's usually 30 to 40 minutes. We talk about the museum, and then we talk about historical events. And we've had a lot of success with that program. The book library, back in June, we started, if you got books, we want them. And we said, clean out your closets, bring us your books, because the Pierce County Library and the Lakewood Library, Tinsler, is closed. And on day one, people were at the door bringing us their books. And that program we were gonna run it from the 4th of June to the 19th of August. And we have more books now than we know what to do with. And we're gonna hold a sale later on. But that program was very successful. And then we repurposed the books for a donation. Hardback books are $1. You can get 2 paperback books for $1. So it brings traffic. It gets people to come here to walk into the museum, and also a little bit to raise funds for us. The other one is the Tinsler Library, which I will come to in a second. Okay, you can see us, your Lakewood History Museum. That's a program that we put out. We talk about the history of the museum and the exhibits. We had our biggest success was the Titanic. You see there, that's Peter Cook, and a good historian in his own right. We packed the place for 2 days with the Titanic presentation. Next slide. One of the people on the second day, Peter did the first day, and he co-hosted the second day with a woman named Kathy Lamette. Kathy worked on the Titan, which has been in the news. That's the one that sank going down to she knew to the crew, the owner of the company and another historian that was on the Titan. That's a picture of the Titan itself. And she's got her own book out about remembrance. It's about who was on their lives from first class, second class, and third class. Powerful book. She brought copies. We sold out the book that night. But these are the kind of programs we do. They're maybe not directly related to Lakewood, but they draw people in, and we give tours prior to the presentation. This is You Got Books, We Want Them. You see over on the right, you see we bought bookshelves, we installed them, we put them in there, and they're full of books. And we've got books in the back, and like I said, this will continue this program next summer. Next. The Pierce County Library approached us about doing a joint exhibit. They gave us the information. We put the exhibit together. You can see that's the new Tinsler Library exhibit that that's open right now. We just opened it about 2 weeks ago. What she's leaning against, that big arch, is the big one. Are you familiar with the big one? The tree that was in front of Tinsler, which is 586 years old, that crosscut section. Well, we couldn't get that in the museum, but we've got a replica and the story about it and how it all came about. Again, Motor Avenue Street Festivals, you can see some of the activities and things that happen. Next. Ivan continues the draw. Ivan's been with us for about 2.5 years now. We still have the exhibit. A while back, the mayor was kind enough to loan us a statue of Ivan that actually had his ashes in the casting of it, but he still draws. Kids come in, they all want their picture with Ivan. Next. That's one of our markers. These are put on large rocks that we have to transport to the site, and then we coordinate with the owners and everything, but we mark the historicals, and we actually have a handout that has the locations for those that want to travel around. That's the Woodbrook. Next. Historic programs. The Titanic was big. Amelia was big. We were packed when we did Amelia Earhart. And luckily we met a gentleman and people who's from Lakewood. His father was the radio operator on the Coast Guard cutter Itasca, who was communicating with Amelia during that flight. So he had a complete log of all the radio transmissions, and he autographed them and handed them out to people, which I thought was very kind. But I didn't even know he lived in Lakewood, but his dad was the Itasca radio operator. Danny Glover, by the way, we do Buffalo Soldiers because there's a Buffalo Soldier Museum in Tacoma. We have a small display, but we do go out and do a 40-minute talk about who the Buffalo Soldiers were and what their importance was in history. A while back, Danny Glover actually came here, and I had the pleasure of working with him for a while. Next slide. That just shows you the crowd and that use of the media room that I showed you. Next slide. We also do a Christmas. We do a traditional Christmas program. There's Santa Claus and his elves. We showed the movie Elf, and again, we had about 60 people attend. Next. Basically, you get all this plus collections, part one, because it's a two-part, for 39,500, which is more than we asked for. Last year, we asked for 32.5. Our basic request this year is 34.5, and that's driven by inflation and the cost of doing business. And then there's 5,000 in there to, if you've seen that collection proposal, I mean, that's a steal for what we're gonna get for the money, but that would completely digitize everything. I didn't, would you mind handing that? Just to show you, when we speak of collections, what are we talking about? They're stapled. That's all the stuff we have in a back storage room, and that's just part of it. We have another whole room across from the back door of our museum that's full of stuff too. So we have a lot of quote stuff, and we basically need to get it organized, and we're getting more all the time. So yeah, it'll all be digitized, and that includes the purchase of the software program that allows it to happen and things like that. And that will basically, if with the completion of that project, we will quote be a real museum. Now we have exhibits and we host things, but most museums pride themselves on their collection and their organization of it. That's my story. Yes.
Do you want to do one more slide? Yeah.
Stop presentation, yes. That's from Dana. Yeah, yes, because you get to go to lunch afterwards. And I'm happy to announce, because Mary's not here, but she invited me to go to Austin with her, and I accepted. Actually, we were talking, I'm going to be in Austin the same day she's in Austin, so we may meet in the airport. Wouldn't that be something? But we're happy to take your questions.
Okay. Okay, let me, this one on.
Okay. Okay, you knew the secret. Roughly, just quick number, how many total people through the door in the building for the year?
Total?
Yep.
It's over 800, because we average about 90 to 100 for each street fair that come through there. Then our programs that we put on, we get 60 to 70 for each program that we put on that comes in.
I was gonna say too, we have the best bathrooms there too, because a lot of people don't want to use the Santa can, so they come in there and say, hey, sign in, we'll tab you down, but it's good. And then we, talk to them, but let them know that, hey, this is something that's really cool. And a lot of them have not been in here a long time, because I know like the Lakewood Theater closed down in the 80s, and me as a little kid was there from probably 1958 through high school years. And so it's cool. And you get a chance to tell them, and it's a lot of the same original like 1937, 38 architecture in there. You get to show them that, hey, this is really cool. But anyway, so go ahead.
Yeah. If you would have seen the old location where we were, we were on the other side of our present location. It was much, much smaller, very difficult from a parking perspective. It was very difficult. The traffic was very slow. I mean, the museum itself has blossomed with that new location and the parking, and and everybody knows where the museum is now. But we're never gonna, we're not the State Museum in Tacoma. I mean, they are a much bigger venue. On the other hand, we don't cost as much.
On the operating side, where are you on the lease rate and term?
I think have 20, we have 18 or 20 more months on the lease. So we're good for next year.
Okay.
Yeah. And then after that, I don't want to, prejudice any negotiations, but I think we could stay there with a minimal increase in rent.
Got it.
Because we've done so much to improve the facility.
Right.
And they like us there as an anchor.
Yeah. Well, plus people know where you are now.
No, they know where we are, and it's got its name recognition and the niche.
The plaza's nice.
Yeah.
Great. Any other questions at all? Let's see, I had one other.
You might mention also, we do some tours, like say, if they don't go to, we'll go to them. Like I spoke to the Lions Club a couple of months ago and it was really nice. And what I do too, when I speak to Lions Club, I do celebrity birthdays too. They get a kick out of that, you know, so of so-and-so and whatever, different birthdays, but it's a kick. I enjoy it. And so.
Very good.
We even had a Volksmarch group
Oh, that's great.
come through last month. They made a small donation and we opened up early for them. And there were about 60 or 70 people that came through because they were doing a walking tour of Lakewood.
It's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
And every edition of Prairie Gazette, we do something related to the city. We put out the schedule. One went on the back of one copy. We promote the street festivals.
Yeah.
So and we're happy to do that because it helps us.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, we appreciate your work and your volunteerism. Makes a big difference, as you all know. So thank you very much for coming.
Yes, thank you. And thank you. You've been a good patron, so.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But November 9th, go tell the Spartans. And think of the significance of that title.
Well, very good. Next, we have our friends
you.
from the Lakewood Playhouse.
Yeah, good to see you.
On that.
Same time next year?
Yes,
Yeah,
sometime next
okay.
year.
Okay.
Oh, we can set it
I'll
right
set
over
it.
there. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ed. Perfect. Thanks, Dana. Come on down. Hey, welcome to our friends from the Lakewood Playhouse. It's great to see you this year.
Thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
You bet.
So do I just ask you to advance the slide?
Sure.
Perfect. Thank you. So as you can tell, Lakewood Playhouse is back and in effect.
Introduce ourselves.
Yeah, this is Gail Thomason, treasurer from the Lakewood Playhouse Board. I'm normally on the board, but I'm currently serving as the interim theater administrator while we are searching for our brand new managing artistic director, which that search is going really fantastic. We have two incredible candidates that we've narrowed it down to. Slide. So we have a new look. We have a rebrand going on. We have a new vibe. We're becoming a theater for the future. And we have a new approach where we're trying to be a theater for the entire community. And that's not just in the stands, the audience, it's our artists, it's our staff, it's our board, it's everybody, providing inclusivity. What does Lakewood Playhouse bring to Lakewood? Slide. A completely unique theater experience. We are one of the only theaters operating entirely in the round, which if you go to the next slide, you can see that the audience surrounds the entire playing space, which provides a dynamic storytelling experience, an intimate audience experience, and it helps us focus on using our resources in the best possible way. Instead of trying to build elaborate sets and, you know, with the cost of lumber increasing and it's hard to hire labor for that. We can focus on what's really the heart of the theater, which is storytelling. We have contemporary and diverse work. So this is our season poster. And I'm happy to announce that every play this season is a new play in terms of being produced or written after the year 2000 or adapted and updated after the year 2000. When we were doing our play selection approach this year, we focused an emphasis on global majority and underserved communities for titles. And we are working on an outreach program to the entire community for better representation on and off stage. We've consulted with several members and stakeholders in the community that have suggested to us that telling people we're safe and that we're open and we're welcoming is not enough. And we need to go to those spaces and show up for them and give them the opportunity to get to know us and do more and be more proactive in providing that trust and that availability. So 3, what Lakewood brings to Lakewood Playhouse brings to Lakewood is we're a place for the community to gather and express themselves. We have our main stage, we have our education program, and we have a space for the community to bring outside work into us. Some of the things we're working on are, there's a veterans group that does an open mic style night that we're going to be working with, hopefully to bring in. We're doing play readings, which were really, really well received last season. They were, several local playwrights got to have their work produced. One was a debut, which was really exciting, from the LGBTQ community. And so, and then we have our normal entertainment, which is the main stage scenario in our education program. And what's great about education program is team sports are great. I played sports growing up. I also did theater growing up, and theater provides a team setting for people that maybe don't want to play football or basketball or do track or cross country. But you get that collaborative teamwork experience that's really great. So who does Lakewood Playhouse bring to Lakewood? We bring artists, volunteers, and patrons. You can see on this map that we bring people to work with us all the way from Olympia to Seattle, and as far west as Gig Harbor, and as far east as Buckley. Our season ticket holders. We had a 92% season ticket renewal rate, despite the fact that we had some cancellations due to COVID. We had a shortened season because of transitioning things that were kind of rough for the theater. And if you look at the pie chart on the right, you can see that almost 75% of our season ticket holders reside outside of Lakewood. And in the next slide, you will see the breakdown by city. And next. So how do we continue to build on these numbers and bring more people to Lakewood? 1, rebranding. We really want to sell that we are a new theater heading to the future. We all know that the arts are struggling right now, theater especially with COVID, financial struggles, and the fact that there's so much quality content right at people's fingertips. What we think is really exciting about theater is you can still gather a group of strangers in a room and compel them and bring them all together. And our rebrand is helping show that we're heading towards the theater that needs to be produced now to continue to exist. And part of that is being in the round too. And so we're working on our little Visit Lakewood campaign. On all our printed materials, we're including a QR code that takes you to the Lakewood events page. We're happy to work with the city of Lakewood if you feel like there's a better landing page for people to visit Lakewood. But this has gone out on all our printed materials. You can see our rebrand. We've kind of got a nice, clean, stylish look, getting some pop and attention. These are our business cards. I'm a thief. I stole this idea, but Picasso said the best artists steal, not borrow. And I met with a stage manager in Olympia to say, hey, do you want to work at Lakewood? I'm like, what are you working on now? And he went, bam. And it was a card, and it had the show, it had the dates, it had all the info. And I was like, bam, I'm stealing that. So we will provide you with some of these at the end of the programming. So we're working on having more dynamic social media content. So these are just a couple little, these are just a couple little gifts that we did for some announcements just to catch people's eyes, stop them just scrolling straight through. And we're doing more animations and more work in that area. Next. And we're working on building recognition for our space. So about a year ago, I started talking to Jeremy Gregory, who's a Tacoma artist, like, hey, would you consider doing a mural on the side of the Lakewood Playhouse building? And next slide, it turns out he helped Angelina do the restrooms at the Fort Steilacoom Park. And I was a little sad. I was like, I thought we were going to be your first Lakewood place, but that's okay. I still love you. And so Jeremy, if you move to the next slide, is a well-known and seasoned muralist who's done many commissions. He did most of the art that you'll see in the McMenamins in the Elks, the old Elks building. And if you're in downtown Tacoma, you'll see him on the sides of buildings and in restaurants. Puget Sound Pizza is one I can think of just right off the top of my head. He's currently working with an apartment/condo building going into Tacoma where he's doing the entire artistic vibe for them. And he's a really cool guy. And his story with Angelina was really neat because he mentored her when she was really young. And now she was like, hey, can you come assist me on this mural project? So that's kind of cool. And our website got a refresh this year. It will be redone. It needs a redo, but it got a refresh. We're working with KNKX, Parrot Map, the Suburban Times, Constant Contact, Olympia Arts. There's a lot of places we're working with to get the word out about the theater. We now have Lakewood Playhouse merchandise. If you were to zap that little QR code, you'd go to our storefront. So there's all sorts of nice swag that people can wear around. The artists love to do that. And then it's not only here, it's being taken all around where people are gonna be like, oh, that's cool. Where's that? What's the story on that? And so it's also a nice source of passive income for us. And so we're super excited to be, representing here and around. And, we're proud of our little theater. We ended our fiscal year in the black, and that is not very common in the theater world. So, and that's with it. Yeah, go ahead.
Especially because we had to move twice our storage units, which was about $4,000 to $5,000 each time. So between that and the other, we have really diminished some of our
rainy day fund
excess money, but
but we also inherited a budget from a previous board that we've honored and made work. Despite many unexpected changes, as Gail just referenced, such as the big moves that we had to do and Scott coming on and really doing a great job getting the ball rolling, and then but having to move on from that relationship. We're poised to be stronger than ever. I'm so proud to be a part of this board. Everybody on it cares about the theater, cares about the arts, and cares about the community. Nobody's on there because they're resume building. Nobody's on there because they want to cast all their friends in Greece. It's just really such an honor to be working with them. And they have given so much time, effort, and gone so far beyond in contributing. Like we had, I don't know if you know, Dr. Thomas Charbonnel, he's a longtime Lakewood patron, and he's on our board. He and his wife Sharon, who are both over 70, were helping us move and lug all of our storage, our stuff when we had the storage issues for like 6 days. Like there's commitment. It's really, it's incredible. I think we're just going to say thank you now. And if you have questions for us, we're ready.
Questions? Sure, Dean.
Detail thing, actually, the slide you had with the animations, you said that was for social media?
Yeah, one of them was we were hiring production team staff. And so it just was like info to catch people's eye.
Yeah. It looked great. A little note though, the algorithm dings you for text images.
Oh,
So-
good to know.
So put that in the body and they use an image.
Just all
to
image?
track. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Lifelong learner. I love it. Like anytime, like it's good to know.
I hate that because it looks great and clearly it was a good thing, but the secret truth is it actually demotes you. So
It's the story of my life, secretly demoted.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I feel the same way on Monday nights. I'm a big fan. I love the refresh of the brand. I think it looks great.
Thank you.
Yeah, it really does look great. And I know you guys have come through the abyss over the last few years. So congratulations on that.
Thank you. I've described it as being in the bottom of a hole.
Yep.
And I feel like now we've got our fingers on the edge and are starting to pull ourselves up.
Absolutely.
I really do believe that several of the managing artistic directors candidates that we interviewed were really excited about us being in the round all the time. And they really vocally, a lot of them said that they thought that's the theater of the future, that this intimacy and this unique experience is what's going to keep theaters alive.
So, and again, I'm just interjecting because I'm a fan. Programming revenue, self-sustaining stuff, that's what it's all about. It's hard, right?
Right.
Have you thought as part of the mission to veer beyond just theater and because of the beautiful intimate space, maybe offer music in the round periodically throughout the year or stand-up comedy?
Yes, yes, and more yes.
Okay.
And if you talk to Paige Hansen, who's on the Lakewood Arts
Friend of mine,
Commission, yeah, that is like her pet project.
Right.
Okay.
As a musician herself, she really wants to see us bring in musical acts. And she's been talking to us recently about some stand-up comics that she's been talking to.
Mhm.
And we do want to provide a space where, again, the whole community can bring something in to share with the rest of us.
It offers a sense of diverse programming that appeals to
Exactly.
a wider spectrum, right?
Yes.
And
Well, and
Yeah.
also for groups like the Asian community where they've lost their
Absolutely.
Asian community space right now because it's being rebuilt. And so we want to be able to offer that as a space as we can make some time for them
got it.
so that they have a place and so that they feel like that's their place also.
Right.
So we are trying to make those connections
Mhm.
and find those people that have, there's a Korean group that is interested in coming in and
It's perfect
doing
for that.
something and working with it.
Well, and one of the concrete things we did to make that more available to the community is we shortened our season to 5 shows instead of 6 shows. And in a sort of double-sided benefit to us, we shortened our runs to 3 weeks instead of 4 weeks to create demand for us, but also to have more space in between,
To do
so we
something.
can do things like play readings and host other
It's
events.
great.
Yeah, we're
And
excited.
this is a roundabout way of me leading to the other question.
Do you have a
know-
band, Jason?
No, I don't. Symbols maybe. But, I lead the band on Mondays. We're not always in tune. I do lead a band of 7. Yeah, I do. Capital asks. Over the years, we have supported Lakewood Playhouse with different capital projects. I don't see any ask this year. And so does that mean that you guys are just dandy with the facility? There's no needs right now? I'm thinking,
There's
We
need.
just
there a
haven't had the
refresh?
time to work out the
yeah,
actual numbers yet.
uh-huh,
We have identified some definite places where we are gonna have to do a capital campaign. But, and we didn't want to bring that to you guys until we
Right. okay.
had something real to bring you and not say, we just want your money.
Yeah,
and
yeah, I
We're
get it.
not sure how we're gonna get to use it.
Cause I'm thinking a possible refresh of the lobby area.
Yeah, absolutely.
There is that.
Well, and one
There's
of the
some
things we
funding.
hoped was the mural on the side of the
Yeah.
building would help the people that pass by that have no idea what we do. Some people think
Absolutely.
we're a strip club. Some people think we're a kids like bouncy house place.
Got it.
And so we're really hoping that
Part of that
there's
refresh.
something we can do with the
Yeah.
mural this year. I did, before everything went kind of crazy, losing
Mhm.
our storage spaces, I
Right.
did put together a presentation for the board regarding doing a capital campaign. But we also feel we need to get this season under our belt and rebuild
To
trust
show
with the
success.
community.
Yeah,
So that we
absolutely.
can concretely begin, because a capital campaign is a 2-year
Yeah.
process where the first year is all work behind the scenes before you even approach the public.
Yep.
But we have been thinking about it, but we feel like we need to rebuild that trust.
Well, let me
you
hope
know.
you receive money maybe next year on
Right.
that, on the capital
Yeah, I
sites.
mean,
So we'll be talking to you.
and both our major candidates right now for MAD are incredibly successful artistically, and they also have the business experience.
Great.
Our main guy,
our
who
concern.
I'm putting up in the Best Western in
There you
Lakewood
go.
next week.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
He has an incredible record on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. He has demonstrable success going into a theater that was struggling and making it shine. I already have him in touch with Chris Surface, who's done an admirable job making TLT viable.
Mhm.
And things, I mean, they just look good, but we're trying to be judicious.
Right. Well, that's just great to hear.
Right. Right now, I think our biggest concern is that marketing and the marketing budget.
Absolutely.
And getting people to
Yeah.
know that we're still
Absolutely.
open and still out.
Yeah.
And the mural, we're hoping will be done in such a way that
Yeah.
it will show the community that has not been represented in the past as adequately as we would like. A sense of, oh, I'm on that mural, I'm on that building, maybe this is a place for me. And so we're trying to start getting that built up and
So is the
And
mural
maybe-
cost built into this ask?
I put a partial cost for the mural in there. We've been working as an operating board since October
Right.
because of circumstances. What I would personally love is to go back to being a governing board so we can focus on grants. So we didn't want to ask Lakewood to do the whole thing. We wanted help with it, and then we were going to approach some other organizations regarding getting that mural done and
What-
possibly new signage.
What's the gap that you would need to make that happen?
It depends on how big we want the mural. Jeremy, I mean, frankly, if you want to talk numbers, Jeremy does $30 to $40 per square foot. So do we try to scooch it in the middle and get it as big as possible based on what we're able to acquire? Or do we try to do the entire side, the length of the building? He's very excited about it. I was at his house a couple weeks ago, and when I showed him our new branding, he loved it. He's like, oh, I could really do something cool with these colors. I could really make it awesome. And
So
so
if you had a magic wand, what would be the additional ask to get that done?
7,000.
Okay.
And that's just like imagining
Mhm.
all the expenses, hopefully not having to go that far.
Very good.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. And if you don't mind, I do have some
Sir.
stuff for you guys. I'd be remiss if I didn't. take advantage.
Yeah.
Also, if your schedule's busy, you don't have to commit to doing a season ticket holder, you can always get a flex pass, which allows you to make a reservation, because we do sometimes sell out, but it allows you to come when you're able to make it work. Yeah, yeah, you could bring guests. I can show you the card.
Right.
A
It's-
flex pass has 5.
She has been working very hard at this.
Thank you.
She
Have a great
deserves
lunch
it.
break. That's where you're headed.
And thank you for accommodating the schedule. So I believe, are you doing Saturday Street Festival and Fiesta de Familia? Fantastico. Okay.
Still, oh, I guess it's good afternoon. Great that we can come back in and finish our presentations. And just as we've been flexible with our presentations today, that is part of why these events are so successful and I think generate so many different experiences and opportunities is because we are flexible. We go with opportunities, we solve problems, we find, as I said, people are coming to us to be involved with these events because of the nature of them. So we figure out if it's a good partnership, if it's good for the events, good for the community, we'll figure out a way to incorporate it into what we're doing. And love your ideas and suggestions from today. We've heard lots of good ideas that can even make them even better. So we're going to start with the Saturday street festivals. The city created this street festival area as part of a citywide complete street area. As you know, right down, there's not really a downtown core for Lakewood. And so we're kind of working to create this central area that can be a catalyst for activities, events, business, and tourism. So that's how this Saturday Street Festivals began. It actually began with a grand opening for the site, and then COVID happened, and then it was a fantastic 25th anniversary venue. And since then we've created these festivals to utilize the space and draw folks to our community. So this is the marketing that we used for this year. As you can see, we did a couple different events. We focused on dancing in the streets. We've done lots of different kinds of festivals, and it seems that people just want to get out, hear music, eat food, look at the vendors, do bunches of activities, and enjoy the area. So they are, again, free and inclusive, although we do charge fees for things to generate revenue to offset some of the operations, but it does attract all ages and cultures. And that is, again, in how we strategically program and the kinds of groups that we work with and partnerships that we have to bring in lots of different folks to this area. We do live performances, we have dance demonstrations, we kind of and we have entertainment, walking, strolling entertainment. We want to get people engaged. We don't want them to just to come, sit, and leave. We want them to be really feel like they were integrated and a part of the event. And we help them do that if they don't know how to do that on their own. Encourage their participation. So we have, as you can see the crowds that gather. You can see we have traditional kinds of vendors there, from food and crafts and flowers and things like that. So we have a street fair component with it as well. And then again, we bring in entertainers and activities to get people integrated and to be able to participate with the event. You can see we work with our community partners, and I'm not sure if you've done the Lakewood Historical Museum yet. I know, I think they're on your list, but this has been a great draw. Their best days are when we do our street festivals, and they appreciate that. So why do we do this? Besides just doing something great for our community is really, it's an anchor event to start introducing people to other areas of Lakewood that maybe they haven't been able to participate in. So these events definitely generate tourism. People are coming here, they're going maybe to the chamber, maybe they're going to to the historical museum, but they're getting to see areas that they haven't really seen. We create economic impact. We know those folks are coming and they're shopping in Lakewood. Besides coming to our festival, they're going to the town center, they're going to the gas station, they're going to some of these different areas. This is the Best Western. They are an anchor to this area, and so they see activity during our events, and people say, oh, there's a hotel right down here in the middle of town. It's not like along the freeway, and so it's another way of generating use of that. And then hopefully it will help provide more development in that area. You know, that's kind of what has been a little bit of a dead zone. And so, you know, really having some real strategic types of businesses that might be coming in because they're introduced at its quaint little area. We have the old QFC right behind it. So there is definitely room for growth and development, and these events can help be a highlight of that area. They can celebrate the area and again, introduce people to that from an economic development perspective. So the events are, if you've been to the event, I think most of you have, they vary from, you know, we've had a jazz night, we've had car shows, we've had all different kinds of themes, and that will continue again based on, we started with the Fiesta de Familia was here outgrew the site in a year. And so the next one we'll talk about, that's really becoming a new event for the city of Lakewood, but that's what this space does. It really can help, create new opportunities, and who knows where those will go from there. So are there any specific questions about that?
I have received questions a little bit. We talked about doing a night market once a quarter some time ago.
Yeah, the issue that we have is during this time of year, we have an amazing farmers market. We have the best vendors at our
Right,
market.
right.
And those folks are doing festivals and events during this period of time. So it's really hard to get the best vendors for a night type market. We are doing, 12-hour days on Tuesdays. And then when we have concerts in the park, for the farmers market, and then to plug in another Friday that is very similar type thing. So we have the connections. It's just we don't want to do it if we're not getting the right people there. So,
No, absolutely.
but it could grow. I see that as something, as the site grows, as the amenities grow. We start everything from scratch there, right? We don't have tables and chairs and bathrooms and things. It's not a set space. So we bring everything to the site. So,
So we've had summer dates, as I see here, June and August. Do we have anything planned, like maybe one for the winter where you could have?
Well, we've
for
talked
Winter
about the
Fest or
pre-lighting
something?
changing. We talked about the parade area. So it's just, it's cold and it's raining and it's
Yeah.
winter and we don't have an indoor facility. There is a little meeting group there. So, you're just sort of underneath a tent, which isn't a bad thing,
Right.
it could work, but,
It is tough.
yeah.
If it's wet.
Yeah. But it is a great space that can grow as
Yeah.
we find the need
Mhm.
and filling a gap. And it doesn't necessarily have to be us using that space. There could be other groups that come in and take over and do types of festivals. I mean, that's typically what happens in larger communities. It's not necessarily, the city's providing the infrastructure and support, but then there's a chamber or a nonprofit or a festival group, a daffodil group, but those groups. And so as we build and evolve and create those partnerships, so I think that too can grow, because we know how to do it. We know how to do it right,
Right.
and it's fun and it's wonderful, and it can really target new opportunities. The area is still it's in the incubation period, right?
Right.
With that back area, with what could happen with the QFC building, and there's lots of ideas and there's actually some activity. It could really bloom and grow into something special.
There's plenty of stuff growing at the QFC. but-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Inside and out.
Yeah.
I agree.
Both.
So.
I keep looking at this space and I have gone online to look at rental fees. It's a little cost prohibitive for nonprofits to rent the space.
Oh.
Have you considered looking at
Changing the fee
changing the
structure?
fee structure?
Well, the main thing is that from a partnership, it would really be, up to the council, they set the fees, but from a risk management and safety perspective, there is a lot that goes into preparing that space, just because,
But if the organization has the appropriate insurance and whatnot, then it
to block the streets and hire the police and to do the road
Correct.
closures and all of that
Correct.
stuff, but there's a lot to it.
Yeah.
So that's a great suggestion that we can talk to council about. They set the fee schedule to do that. And so how would that look?
Yeah, I envision doing something. Maybe we should talk about a partnership. I
Yeah.
would love to see a community table, and that means literally lining that entire plaza with tables and having a community
Catered
meal.
type of it. Yeah.
meal.
Yeah. That would be
just
great fun.
wonderful. Yeah, it'd be fun.
Great.
Yeah.
But this
So-
is, I think, an outstanding event. I love the events that we have at the park. But bringing something into the streets, into the city, I think it just has a different vibe. There's, just the number of bodies, that are moving around. The dancing is always my favorite part. Watching, not actually not
Engaging.
not
You know,
actually participating,
it-
but it.
I've
was
seen you
just
shake your groove thing a little
amazing.
bit, yeah. But I
was-
do,
was someone
but you're
else.
right. I mean, we have found with our concerts and things like that and down here, people don't have opportunities to get together and dance. You see older couples that you could see have been dancing their whole lives. You see younger people that are, you know, expressing themselves in different ways, and it's a great place to be able to do that. And it does highlight our downtown core. You know, we don't have, that area is set up because you can easily close the area off and do your event without having to do major street closures, right?
Right.
Because there's ways of getting in and around, and we figured that out. And other people could do that as well. So it's made really for that. And so, you know, when you start having to close down streets, it just gets more complicated.
Yeah.
So we try and make things as easy as possible. So I think those partnerships could definitely work. So, because you're getting that economic impact, so to speak, because people, you know, maybe the city's not making money necessarily on fee, and it probably doesn't cover the full cost of it doing it.
Indeed.
But you're getting all of that extra exposure, not just for the downtown area, but whatever group's doing it. So just helps, brings it back to the community. Okay, any more questions on that? And then our big finale before your lunch is Fiesta de la Familia. And that was an event that started last year as a street festival. And again, the city, with their commitment to equity and diversity and inclusion, we really are very strategic in our partnerships. You've seen the art gallery out here, and we've developed these relationships so that we can expand our programs and activities to the whole community. So this was an event that started as a street festival, and instantly we saw it's growing. And that's been because of the partnerships that were created, right? So the event then got moved to Fort Steilacoom Park, because again, we have room to grow there at 350 acres. We've got area for parking. We've got all kinds of different types of facilities there that support this kind of activity. So you can see it really is a celebration of our Hispanic and Latinx population, the heritage, the culture, and the traditions. The city, I think it's 17.5% of our population is identifies themselves as Hispanic. I think 40% of the kids in school are come from our Hispanic and Latinx population. And it's a group that isn't super vocal in our community. It's not a group that's typically represented in our community at a lot of activities, events. We've been developing these partnerships. So now we're seeing more of our whole community at Summerfest, at our concerts, and then of course at this festival, which was really honoring that heritage. So it absolutely creates tourism, and we were fortunate enough because of our partnerships. They said, hey, we would like to invite the Mexican consul deputy to your event. And oh, by the way, we're going to promote your event in all of our publications, in all of our radio. And this isn't us trying to get them to do it. It's again, them coming to us and saying, hey, we're going to help you promote this event. And we probably had about 5,000 people at the event this year. And it was an amazing growth from the first event, and all of these new partnerships have been created where it's going to continue to grow. And again, targeting that economic impact and tourism in our community that is very, again, strategic. We have,
Just to comment on that.
yeah,
I spent obviously a fair amount of time with Gerardo, and he loved this. So much so that now they are interested in forming a sister city relationship with his hometown down near Mexico City. They also want to do, a bunch of collaborative work. So this is a great seed to plant. And it
100%.
really caught his attention.
yeah.
And his-
And that
wonderful.
attention came because of the art relationship and because of some of the other relationships that we've created. Bringing something like that in, that's a power seed, right?
Yeah.
We have these seeds planted,
Right.
and then this comes, and what exposure we got, and we'll continue to. And because he had such a great experience while he was there, and saw the way that we put events and activities on,
Yeah, he was
they
very
want to
impressed.
invest their time and their money and their resources. So I just see this growing again, and it could be another signature item for the city of Lakewood. It does create tourism. We had this amazing mariachi band that came. We had arts and activities. We had different groups and dancing, of course. You can see the entertainment was spectacular. we really focused on art. We took the whole big shelter and it became an art gallery. And so that was really highlighted. And they had a best of show. They did a fan favorite. Print Northwest, who created these. I gave you these earlier, but these really, every artist that was in the art gallery, we'll call it, they prepared this amazing card for them. And on the back, this is a poem that was read. All the different artwork. I think you have one of the watercolors. So you can see it's just a quality thing. It's a keepsake, right? And it didn't cost us any money, but because of our partnership with Northwest Print or Print Northwest, who does all of our signal boxes, again, 2 for 1, created these for each of the artists to really focus on that for them to help with their marketing too. And you can see these are really, really quality work. We also created Ofrenda, is that what it was called? And you can see it was part of this historic Hispanic month, and it's about honoring your family members. And so you can see a close-up. People came, we gave out marigolds and lights, and it's kind of like a prayer altar. And so you see this people, they brought family pictures and mementos, and it was really spectacular. And again, highlighting that culture of our community. And then just adding entertainment, a walk around entertainment. Those are absolutely, ways of capturing attention. I think our youth council were in some of those puppets for throughout the day, but we had this amazing event and activity. And again, here is the consul general speaking on behalf of them for the community. You can see our wonderful council. He read a poem that was in Spanish and interpreted it to English. So again, we really highlighted the Hispanic Latinx culture at this event. And it was really going to be a planting seed. Of course, all of our partners are there. We don't do anything without our partners. We had the school district giving out books. We had the fire department, the police department. Again, especially working with that population, that culture is showing that we're all in this together. That we're here for you. We're part of this community together, and exposing all those different groups in a positive way to our community. You can see we had a car show. You can see this face painting. These were our walk around entertainers. The Candy Smasher, who's part of the circus. Again, we do activities and things so that people have something to do in every spot where they go. And you can see these were kids that just came. Their parents dressed them in costumes. You had families there that were wearing like traditional, what do you call it? Not costumes, but traditional like historic wear clothing. Yeah, and in their Sunday best, so to speak, they really were proud to come out to this event. And again, giving the community a way of expressing themselves. So we're pretty excited about that. So we want to continue that event and really take it to a new level. Again, bringing new folks to the community. And then when you bring in these entertainers and you bring in this element, we don't know what's going to happen with that new partnership. But I do see that really exploding and being really cool. Kind of like the International Festival, how that's grown so much with Summerfest. This will be its own thing. So there you go. Any questions? Ideas?
Any questions on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's certainly a growing.
I'm here all day.
Yeah. So they were combined, now they're separate. So we've got a little extra price tag there. So the 27,000 for the Fiesta as opposed to the street festivals, just remind me. So I don't have to dig through the materials, just remind me what we're going to be investing that money.
Looking at paying for. So that includes the contracted services that besides just logistics like Santa cans and garbage and stuff, it brings out the entertainers. It hires the mariachi bands.
Got it.
It pays for the sound. You also have marketing, materials, marketing programs. You also have supplies that are needed. Throughout the event, we provided the little lights and the marigolds for folks so that they could then go and be introduced to this cultural element. So that's really what it's covering, and then some planning time as well.
So the artist that did the work on the bathroom, that wasn't out of this fund, it was a separate, that was part of our arts fund, or where did that come from?
Yeah, that was our public art program, but we didn't show this on here, but one of the elements that we did, because I love a 2 for 1, that's, we're already having this amazing festival and we recently finished that mural. We had the ribbon cutting, she was a Hispanic artist. She was a Hispanic artist, and so the idea was she was working on that during the farmer's
Oh, it's
market.
Perfect.
And then we wanted to honor her instead of doing it like at a market. We wanted to do it at this festival. So the timing was perfect. And it was, I think, National Hispanic Month. So
Perfect.
it was a 3-for-1.
Well, I don't know if you were here for the Playhouse presentation, but the gentleman who was assisting Angelina, Jeremy.
Oh,
He is potentially working with them to do a mural on the side of the building, so if you
Oh,
can talk about that.
perfect.
a
Yeah,
little
we
bit.
had, so we did look at this little side note, but we did
Yeah.
talk with Kite about utilizing buildings and
Yep.
it was getting more and more complicated.
Mhm.
So Playhouse owns their own building, correct?
Yep.
So they would be able to do that. So we're looking at, like, right now doing kind of a portable mural to be putting on one of the barns. So we're not painting the whole barn,
Right,
but
right,
it can
right,
be installed. And looking at other ways, I want to wrap the bathroom up by the baseball diamonds, you know, the new fields. I would like that
I
to be
get
more
so
sport.
many comments. I know we're off topic a little
Yeah.
bit, but so many comments on the wraps. People are loving the wraps.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And in fact, at this event, Print Northwest, who did these
Yeah.
print things, did 2 big boards that have all of our signal wraps on
Yeah.
them. So again, we're promoting that at this event
Yeah.
because they do them. They're great to work with. They come out and
Mhm.
measure, and we just pay them and they make it happen. And then we work with the artists, and we really have focused on, especially with our wraps, this is a little separate,
Yeah.
is targeting culturally relevant artists for a particular neighborhood.
Right.
So looking at the Hispanic population down over by Wards Lake and in some of these other areas. Looking at partners from the Asian Pacific Cultural Center. We had our first Harrison Prep youth artist who won Best of Show at this
Yeah.
art show. And he did we have, his art is going to be on a signal box. So
I agree.
we're really spreading it around, but really, again, because it's a way of introducing art to a neighborhood that might not get to see art regularly. It adds, you know, it's respectful.
Color.
And we don't have a lot of vandalism. We've only had one and it wiped right off. So we are glad about that.
Absolutely.
So side note. But again, all of these kinds of things plant seeds that end up going out into the community in other ways. So it is, you get a lot of bang for your LTAC buck.
Absolutely.
Quick question for you.
Sure.
Just kind of looking at, also in the LTAC ask here from another group is, of course, Asia Pacific Cultural Center. This event, the Fiesta de Familia, is this city owned? Like, did you created this? This is
Yep.
wholly owned?
Yep.
So how do you decide which ethnicity gets a festival? And then-
By partnership. With the Summerfest, the international festival is, international stage, we really work, like Asian Pacific Cultural Center's done like all of our entertainment for the last few years. We work with sister cities. So that's kind of more multicultural. 14 different countries were represented there. Our Fiesta, we worked on the art here, and that created these new relationships where let's focus on the Hispanic culture for one of our street festivals. We had jazz, we had this, let's do one of those. And because we don't have the ability to do all that stuff by ourselves, so really it's who comes to us, who's gonna have skin in the game, because we don't do it all. We work with those partners. So that, it's really opportunity based.
Sure. And that's great. It wasn't a loaded question. Do you have, like, looking ahead, is it reasonable to say you could create a strategic plan that says, I expect you would incubate this and then step away and let it run the way Asia Pacific Cultural Center runs, like maybe the LTAC becomes a supporter of it, but maybe then you move on to the next group, and kind of a targeted succession that says we want to celebrate all the cultural festival groups in our own way.
Sure.
And then let them so that they can flourish, right?
Yeah.
Is that-
In a perfect world, that's absolutely right. Part of the problem that we have, I think, in Lakewood is that we don't have these giant groups locally that could just pick something like that up and take it. It would be really fostering those relationships to get the right partners. Like this one's going to grow because we're starting to find these bigger partners outside of our little neighborhood. So absolutely, that would be a great way to go, but it's built on planning and capacity and who else is out there to help us but working at Fort Steilacoom Park, it's one of those things, once a group comes in and sees how easy it is, we make it really easy for people. it can be really complicated doing these kinds of events in Tacoma and in other cities because they just make it more complicated, and we try and make it easy so that people can be successful, and then things grow. So,
Great.
yeah, but certainly that'd be great.
It could be, a good question. It could be down the road that the Lakewood Multicultural Coalition, which is now a 501c3. We helped with the seed planting with that organization. The deputy mayor is the head of it right now. She's got her board in place. They could then be down the road.
It's
one of these sponsors who says, gee, this year we want to do X culture, or we want to celebrate this.
absolutely. And
portion of our
when
community.
they were developing that,
Yeah.
the Multicultural Coalition, that was, I think, the desire from the very beginning, before
Yep.
all the nuts and bolts to make it be legally right.
Yep.
And they wanted to have big community parties where you could celebrate our cultures. And so
Absolutely,
this is an absolute outcome of that for
Mhm.
sure. And that would be great if they could pick that up and move
Eventually
on,
they
because
could
it
be the
gives us,
ask.
it could
Mhm.
be, as you said, a conduit for us to then do maybe another activity event. So,
Absolutely. And I think they want to. They're just building. Yeah.
yeah, of course, yeah.
absolutely.
As everything starts with
Yep.
that, and then it grows, they have a lot of partnerships too. So it's just getting the right partners on the right day to do the right thing so that we can all move forward.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the good work on that.
Sure.
Any other questions? All right. Well,
Okay, I think you get to have lunch.
for 5 minutes and then we got to keep going.
Yeah, no, I'll give you as many as you want. And you got your bag, right? See, you get a.
Welcome back to the afternoon session for the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee. With us now, we have Connie Coleman-Lackady with the Lakewood Sister Cities Association.
Thank you, Mayor and Miss Linda and Mr. Dean. Thank you for having me here. So this will be our 9th year with the Summerfest. We used to always do it at Sharon McGavick or Pierce College, but this year we're doing something different. We're adding and expanding. That's why we're asking for a little bit more. It's to put an investment of a more vibrant international festival to showcase our diverse community with about 14 to 16 cultures to include. This year, we're going to try to get the Native Americans. We haven't had them for a while. It's been hard to get some, like the 2 that I'm going to show you, because they're already booked at the first of the year, but I did get in there in time. And so we added a professional sound system and an MC to the event so that we're more in tune with the rest of the Summerfest, and people can actually hear, over by the International Festival. And so we've expanded, the equipment and things like that, just to make a better presentation for our audience. We're extending our hours to host some exhilarating groups to the venue, such as, and you can do this video. This is a renowned lion dance. Seattle. They travel all over. And have about 4 different groups form in the 30 minutes. And this is one of them. This group was established in 1974. They specialize in the monks, boy, style country and southern style land. one of the things that they say, it takes for 1 minute of performance, it takes them about 10 years to actually get this right. They start very young when they decide to be part of this group. Very intense. And one of their goals is to enrich and promote lion dancing in the greater Seattle area and keeping the traditional alive by teaching the younger generation in the community. We can shorten it a little bit if you'd rather. Go ahead and stop it. And another group that we are doing is an outstanding fire dance group called Fractal Phase. One comment that I cleaned off of their website was somebody had hired them for a birthday party at the beach, and they were totally amazing and very captivating for the audience. So we can go ahead and do part of that, not the whole thing. And they do themes, different dress. And it's a different type of fire dance, but it's, I think, a little bit more entertaining and something to add to our festival. They have different types of costumes as well.
Connie, as we're watching this, remind us when the festival, is it a one or a weekend event or
There's, you mean for the day?
the Sister Cities festival, is it one day typically?
Just at the Summer Fest.
Oh, at Summerfest, that's right, okay.
Which, when we first started, that very first year that we actually joined with Summerfest, was one of the largest audiences that we'd actually had. And then, of course, we had COVID and things like that, but we're just trying to bring back, you know, what it was when we first started. But as things have moved along, we need to upgrade, and that's why we're now paying for a professional sound system, which makes it much nicer than we have in the past when we just had a DJ. Because not always their music that from the groups fit the DJ's system and stuff like that. So we had some little outages every now and then, or delays. But this is just kind of an example of what they do. You can stop it. And I've shared that with Sally as well, because I know she usually comes forward with some type of a fire dancer. And this year I went and searched for different ones and found this to be a little bit more engaging.
Okay.
And we're also trying to bring back our different ethnic organizations as vendors, because then that way they display the dress, the artifacts, and the history of their culture. We haven't had that for a while. And we're planning to add some international demos such as karate and activities that we've always done origami, but the lanterns, making a lantern, having something to do with piñatas, representing the cultures of our sister and friendship cities, as well as the diverse community in Lakewood. And this year, I'm not sure of the dates yet, and maybe you do, Mr. Mayor, when Gimhe is gonna come, but we're hoping that it ties into this festival so that we can show them what our festival looks like. We're gonna be increasing our marketing as well, which is adds to the cost and to promote our event. And with new promotional ads, because we want to showcase the different groups that we're adding that haven't been in Lakewood before. And as you know, usually it's the hottest day of the year every time we have a festival. And so we're also, last year we put up some canopies, but we need a few more to just take care of that area there where their audience is, because they hide underneath the tree section. And so you can only get so many people over there by the tree section. And so it looks like nobody's there, but a lot of them won't come because there's no place to hide from the sun. So we're investing in a couple more canopies, tents, and some sunshades, which will actually add to the ambiance of the International Festival. So, but we're really excited and glad to be extending into the evening so that the fire dancer show is actually much more, you know, interesting, because if it's not dark enough, it's not nearly as nice. So, but anyway, that's what we're planning and what we're doing. And so if you have any questions.
Any questions, Dean or Linda?
I'm just clarifying, so this whole ask here is specifically for programming within Summerfest, correct?
Yes, we're separate. We're over by the pavilion.
Right, but it is in Summerfest.
But it is inside the Summerfest. And so we have that whole area over there and that stage. And then they have another stage over on the other side.
Thank you.
And just on that point, so I'm wrapping my head around the Summerfest expenses that we're seeing. We got 193 that the city is asking for the promo. We've got, you know, some of the other festival stuff. So is the full 23,000 going toward just
the
Sister Cities
Summerfest?
Portion of Summerfest?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, because in the past, we've had, like I said, a DJ to help. We started out on your wooden stage.
I remember that.
And we did that for 2 or 3 years and made it work, you know, and our acts that the groups that have been performing lately actually interact with the audience. And so we've upgraded that to get people that would do that, not just come in and perform. We've added additional youth groups, you know, that are dance teams and things like that, like the karate performers. And so it's just been a little bit different each year, but yet it's the culture of who we are. And last year, or this past July, it was funny because one of the African groups, half of their people didn't show up, but they went on anyway. And she was so engaging with the audience, and they were talking, and she was teaching them their language and, you know, what this means, what that means. And then they were chiming in with the singing and everything. So it was very interactive. So we have a lot of them that do the interactive, which pleases the audience. And so it makes it different. And we had a great sound system. It's part of the sound system the city uses, you know, because they have different groups. I mean, different DJs that do that. So
Do you try to target with the marketing and or the entertainment communities that are alike with our current sister city connections?
yes, that's what we do. Those groups have to always be a part of our festival.
Got it.
So we have something from Okinawa and China and you know, the Philippines, as well as
Korea, South
Korea.
Yeah. Okay. That's all.
So we always want to make sure that that happens. And then whenever we used to, and years ago, we would have a group come from that, our sister city, to perform, which made it much, you know, engaging, because here's somebody that came from over there, but the expenses got to be too much, and they're getting the okays to travel and stuff like that was a hindrance. So But we've always been blessed with the people that do represent our sister cities.
Great. Anything else, Linda? Anything? No? Well, thank you very much, Connie. We
You're
appreciate
very
it.
welcome. Have a super day.
Thank you. Okay, Bryn, come on down.
So just to let the mayor know as well, it's, information, it's the, magazines that we get from Okinawa, their newsletters. Oh, okay. So there's in English and in Japanese. Wonderful. So.
I'll make sure to swing by on my way.
Okay. Appreciate it. I'll see you later.
Thank you. Welcome, welcome. So you are helping us with the Gimhe delegation visit and marketing promotion, correct?
Yes.
Got it.
Are you guys driving the slides? Okay, perfect. Yeah, do you mind? That would just. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. I'm Bryn Grimley. I'm the communications manager for the city of Lakewood. So thank you guys for the opportunity to present both of these presentations to you this afternoon. The first one that I have is the foreign delegation visit with Gimhe, South Korea, and our Lakewood Sister Cities Association. So actually it's a nice kind of segue from what Connie just was speaking about with the International Festival. So do I just click and it goes? Yes. This might be a little bit of rehash of what Connie shared as well, but sister city organizations are basically a way in which our city partners with cities across the globe to, ultimately the national organization was founded to promote peace through people-to-people relationships. And as Connie was just speaking about, we have sister cities in Japan, China. We have a friendship city in the Philippines, and then we also have our recent sister city with Gimhe, South Korea. And this is just a little bit of history about its founding actually back in 1956 by President Eisenhower. So this is something that's been around for quite a long time. And a lot of municipalities use sister cities as a way to connect with communities all over the world to share similar things that you might be doing, but also learn from each other as well, and help expand that into the community beyond just the municipality work. So a little bit of background quickly on our timeline with our relationship with the Gimhe city in South Korea. We have held a friendship city relationship with them since 2006. And then in 2019, representatives from Gimhe actually came here to Lakewood with the intent to discuss taking our friendship to the next level. They wanted to move it into sister city status. And at that time, then Mayor Anderson met with them here actually in chambers, and they began that sort of formal process. Unfortunately, COVID slowed things down a little bit. I think it probably would have progressed a little bit sooner than it did, but travel was obviously halted. And so we were fortunate in December of last year to be able to host them here. And there was a nice ceremony, and the mayor was here to sign with Connie and their mayor. And that was the official agreement where we said, yes, we both want to be sister cities, and we formalized it. And then basically moving it from friendship status to sister city status means that we're more engaged. We do more things. We interact with them more. So with that action, we committed to maintain exchanges. So going between our two countries, as well as doing other things. So I'll give an example. Recently, actually, one of our representatives from Gimhe reached out and asked us to share with them some music, a musical score. They have this really cool instrument that's historic, that they have a choir there that's going to be performing, and they've asked their sister cities to send them music and a score that they could then have it performed. They would record it and share it with us. So it's really hard to find music that's not copyrighted. So what I did was I shared with them our national anthem, which is not copyrighted. And so they'll be sending that back to us, and then we'll be able to share that with our community and share with them how this relationship, that's just one little example. Another big one is back during COVID, they sent to us a significant amount of PPE, the personal protective equipment, when it was almost next to impossible to get it here in the United States. And they handled everything from acquiring it to coordinating with the ports, to shipping it, to getting it delivered to us at City Hall, which was pretty phenomenal. So here's a couple of photos, sort of what we spoke about. The photos on the right show the formal ceremony that we had at Lakewood City Hall, formalizing the sister city relationship, and a recent visit, which I'll get into in a minute, where we were welcomed in Gimhe at their City Hall to meet with their delegation. As a part of, I believe it was that December visit, they extended an invite to us to come out for their cultural festival in May, their Gaia Cultural Festival, which is a multi-day event that they hold, and it's a very big deal, and it celebrates their culture and their history within Gimhe. And they had been unable to hold one since 2019, just like us, because of COVID. And so they welcomed us to this event. They hosted our delegation, so we paid for our airfare, but once we got there, they covered all expenses. So they covered our hotel, they covered our meals, they had buses, shuttles, transportation, staff. I mean, they really rolled out the red carpet. It was pretty phenomenal. And while we were there, we were also able, there's a photo of the mayor, city manager, and Councilmember Boki and Deputy Mayor Moss at the 24/7 crime center. So we got to see the way in which they conduct some of their operations at the city. And it was really informative, and everything was just, I mean, it was just very well thought out. We went to historic sites, we went to national museums, we got to learn a lot about their country and their city specifically, and the rich history that's there, which was very informative. Part of the visit included a visit with their mayor, where we were able to speak. So both Mayor Whalen was able to speak, and their mayor were able to talk, and we talked about some shared interests, shared some different perspectives of our own cities, and areas where we had mutual interests for furthering our relationship. So as a result of that visit, when we returned, Mayor Whalen sent a letter thanking them for the hosting of us and invited them to attend Summerfest and our international festival in July of 2024. And the intent and the goal of that visit is to host them here in Lakewood. Basically do the same thing that they did for us, roll out the red carpet, take them to the international festival, make sure in coordination with the Sister Cities organization that we have a big welcome for them, bring them through Lakewood City Hall, just as we went through their City Hall, and visit sites of interest, both in Lakewood, Pierce County, and then potentially even elsewhere in the state, to give them, because now that they have come here a couple of times, we want to expand and share with them more than just our city. And then, of course, also visit with our community partner agencies as well, to sort of show ways in which we have mutual interests, where we do things the same as they might, or a little bit different. You know, the point of this is really to continue to strengthen our ties with this city. They're very active. They're a much larger city than we are. So they frankly do a great job of reaching out to us and looking for ways that we can partner. And I think there's already been talks about potential student to student exchanges, ways in which we can get their youth. Youth is a big part of the South Korean culture and celebrating their children. And so I think there's a lot of opportunities going forward where we can tie in our school district, and we can maybe try to look at ways in which we can also expand the reach within the Clover Park schools, libraries, literacy, all of that. There's just, I mean, it's pretty amazing. There's a lot of great things that they're doing. So I know I rushed through that pretty quickly. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them about this ask.
Dean or Linda? No questions.
No questions.
It's just going to be a huge Summerfest. I mean,
Yes.
tons of stuff. We were chatting a little bit about all the various components and asks that lead into and support Summerfest. It's going to be a big one this year for sure.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I think, you know, definitely the intent is to work very closely with the Sister Cities Association as well. And not only on the international festival with hosting, but also just in all parts of this visit as well. So.
Okay, very good. Well, in the absence of any questions on that, let's lead to the next and close to last one, which is the marketing and promotion piece.
Now I'll segue into marketing. So I'm actually excited to come back again this year. Last year when I presented on this, it was my first year with the Nearcation program and that I had been gone when this was created, and now I've had a year under my belt, so I feel a little more fluent as well as what we're doing. Nearcation.com is a website that, well, here, I'll go into my slide, sorry. So the project goal is to promote a marketable brand for the city of Lakewood, consistent with the Lakewood City Council visions and goals. And really this ask is just continuing what we've started and building from it. I do think that 2022 was still a bit of a funky year coming out of COVID. People were definitely going to more events, but it still felt a little wonky. 2023, I think we kind of all felt like we were back. And this Nearcation site, I think we're starting to really see its full potential now that we've had a full year of events under our belt and people, good attendance at all the events that we've had. So quick history, in 2021, we leveraged our partnership with Hemisphere, which the city at that time had on contract to do our Build Your Better Here campaign. And they helped us kind of segue into this targeted tourism promotion for 1 and 2 night stays focused on Lakewood, which really truthfully is probably a little bit more realistic for our city. We're not necessarily a destination where someone's going to come for a week, but we for sure can offer a lot for folks who are just coming for a long weekend or just to look to get away. 2022, we continued that ongoing work to promote that brand. And then this year specifically, we really focused on Summerfest. That was an area where I felt we needed to be doing a lot more by way of marketing and promotion. We just have never really risen to the level where the event should be, in my opinion. And so through Nearcation, we did some specific marketing. I dedicated a chunk of money toward this specifically, where we did ad buys in the Seattle market. So we were extending outside of that 50-mile radius, and we really saw a lot of success. We hit more than 1.2 million ad impressions, and for Summerfest alone, we had almost 59,000 clicks to the website over a 36-day period, which showed the effectiveness of those ads that we ran. Just really quickly, last year, we were awarded 60,000. This year we're requesting 75. And the reason for that increase is because of the success we saw. We were able to gather more B-roll, more photos, items from this event this year. We saw what worked, we saw where we can improve, and the increase will allow us to not only continue this with Summerfest, but expand this into our other events, and do more targeted marketing of those as well. One of the things that I think we're really finding is these positive, professional, and consistent marketing efforts that we're doing are benefiting our city. People are recognizing it, people are seeing it, and we've created a reputation for having some fantastic events in Lakewood. And now we need to take it to the next level where we're encouraging people to not only come to our events, but stay here and spend the night, go to the restaurants in the morning, have a great brunch, bring the kids, make it more than just a day thing. So that's where we're kind of focused now, is trying to get more folks to come to Lakewood. And when they're here, hopefully there'll be a lot of other offshoots that come from that as well. So specific to the marketing and promotion that we did for Summerfest,
We did targeted video ad buys largely in the Seattle market. We really went outside of our area and really wanted to hit folks to bring them down. We also knew we were competing against the air show that weekend at Joint Base Lewis McChord. And so we were really smart with how we placed those. And in total, we saw over 1.2 million total ad impressions. Our videos had 7,227 all views. Our video view rate was at 75%, which is pretty amazing. Most people don't typically will watch that much. And specifically, those ads drove almost 60,000 clicks to our nearcation.com website. We ran a total of 6 video ads, and they ranged on topics from music, food, balloons, meaning the hot air balloons that we had at night, cars, kids, and fun. Those were the topics that we picked. We also had 5 posters or flyers that we linked on the website, and those focused on the schedule of events for the day, the music lineup, the food, all listed out all the foods, food trucks and vendors. Then we had our parking map and our event map. So new this year, we put in a parking map and event map to show people where they could go. And then on site, we created wayfinding signage and QR codes that people could scan to pull up those maps to find where they were going. And of those maps, of those posters and those flyers and PDFs specifically, we had almost 10,000 downloads. So people were going to the site, they were consuming that information, and hopefully they were using it when they were at the event itself. So to me, that really showed that people valued that, and we've never had that before. And it's, you know, again, just helping bring this event up to the next level. And I think the success we saw will also translate to other events that we're hosting, whether we do something similar for the farmers market, our summer concerts this year, especially, we saw a large increase in attendance. I think we can do more around those. Our recent Fiesta de la Familia is grown. And I think that's another one. We're getting some partners in Seattle that want to be a part of it. And I think we can also promote that and make it, you know, a weekend stay type destination. Another example of where we recently used Nearcation to target an event that was happening that wasn't a city event was last weekend, the Fort Slocum Invitational. We had high school cross-country athletes from around the state come to this event. It's a pretty big deal. It's put on, the Lakes boosters host it, and the Lakes High School cross-country coach. We created a dedicated website landing page on Nearcation for them. So it's specifically, I know it's kind of hard to see on here, but it specifically says, you know, welcome to the Fort Slocum Invitational, participants and families. We're excited to have you here. Lakewood has a lot to explore and enjoy. And then it goes into, we actually listed find a banquet room, great places for the team to eat. And we listed our restaurants that had the space for people to be able to say, hey, I've got a cross-country team here. We want to book space for 20 of us to eat. If I just took a screen grab of the webpage itself, but if you went down, it listed hotels, places where folks could stay, other restaurants, Catapult, you know, things that they could do. And then on the right is the PDF flyer that we created that actually was given to the schools and sent out also as well. In addition to a link to the website, we also had that could be included in the race packet. So if they had that, they could scan the QR code, they could go to the page, they could do that. That's something that, you know, we turned it around pretty quickly. I think next year, now that it's on our radar, we'll do a better job of getting that information out earlier, working with the coach to get it to everyone. But we did see decent engagement with folks using it and going to it. And I think the idea is to build on this and do this for other events as well that are coming and bringing a lot of people to specifically Fort Slocum Park, because that is our regional draw in our area. So some of our goals on the right here are some photos of some design ideas that we're playing with for some swag that we'll probably do tied around this, that we'll create and hand out and have available at different events. But specifically, I really want to continue working on the Summerfest marketing. I think we saw a lot of success this year, and I think we can see even more. We've got great content to use for next year. And a lot of that is going to be the digital marketing, because that is where we can have the best sort of ROI, as well as, you know, make sure we know what we're doing, and then pushing that overnight stay. I'd like to do more targeted marketing of the city events with our landing pages. So replicating maybe on a little bit smaller scale, but similar to what we did with Summerfest, that allows people to see what we have going on and what else they can do while they're here. And then doing more of that outreach to our event organizers that are going to be here in Lakewood and getting to them early enough that we can say, here's our list of hotels, here's where you can come in and stay, here's the best breakfast place. We're going to work, we've been trying, it's been a little tricky to try and put together like a restaurant kind of grub crawl list, if you will. We did a little of it actually under the Build Your Better Here umbrella, and we want to do it. We've had a lot of conversations about how to make that work, but that's a goal too, is to create sort of a restaurant guide while folks are here. And then just having more of the swag and the assets and the ads. Currently, actually, I think in another couple of weeks, we're going to have folks out here filming to do another ad to help try to push this because we haven't refreshed that in about a year. So it's time to just get a little bit new content that we can fold into what we already have going. So I'm available to answer any questions if you have anything.
Any questions? Dean?
Who are you assembling the irrigation microsite for, like the one you did for lakes? Are you building that in-house or is that external?
That's being done with Hemisphere. So that's the design and marketing firm that we have on contract. So we work with them. There's only 2 of us in communications. We work really closely with them and it's a very inclusive process, but they are managing the site. Their team does the building because they have more resources than we do to do that.
And they're just logging into Nearcation and building that, right? Okay. We build a lot of microsites also specific for events and event planners and things like that are, temporary landing pages exactly to that. So just, I don't have a conclusive thought yet on it, but there's clearly overlap on this and just thinking we should talk about that.
And we did meet with Matt Wakefield and actually I had him come into the meeting at Hemisphere because I know he wanted to meet with them as well. And so we've talked about ways. I think we could have done better this year at leveraging some of that. So I think we're focused on next year of now that we've got a better handle of what was working, how can we partner? And I know your team did a fantastic job of helping share our content as well on social and saw a lot of success. I know Matt said specifically Summerfest stuff that you guys shared just did really well, performed really well.
And the microsite, back to kind of the specifics, that it's a good tool and it has a lot of value to event owners, especially one like a Lakes who's not going to build their own site, they're more just like a registration page, but somebody that's more mature like an MFG for cyclocross has their own site, but there's room for all of this in that. Anyway, I won't get off the weeds on that.
And I was just saying, I agree too, because we can't have, we have the City of Lakewood site, but there's only so much, right? Like we have a look and a feel. And so frankly, that's kind of why I moved away from, and I think next year I'm going to really pull away from our Summerfest part of our website on the cityoflakewood.us. And we pushed everybody to Nearcation. We did not really promote the city's Summerfest website page because we just don't have the flexibility to do all the cool stuff. So totally get that.
Good stuff. Thanks.
Any other questions? Well, thank you. The impressions that you're getting, off of the Build Your Better campaign, feel pretty solid ROI for that.
Yeah, and that's, we've moved that. Originally that was funded by LTAC and then council awarded the budget, but we're seeing good successes there too. Actually, we just have launched a number of videos and ads celebrating our local businesses, which I need to build into the cities. We'll be putting those on the city's accounts as well. But yeah, it's collectively, it's all working really well. It's all sort of marrying together nicely and continuing to raise that awareness about who and what Lakewood really is.
Yeah,
so
great. Okay.
Brent, I do have one question.
Yes.
I see that your focus was on Summerfest this year, and I know that Summerfest is also requesting an increase this coming year. Is there some sort of correlation as far as shared budget? Because I know that there's money being spent in marketing.
Yes.
From that perspective as well.
Absolutely, yes. So actually this year as a part of the Nearcation stuff, some of that money came from the Summerfest LTAC monies and some
Okay.
came from my Nearcation. So we combined
So you combine those.
our accounts. Now, going forward, my requests and what I hope is going to happen is that the marketing ask will cover all of that. So anything that's asked for by like the park side for events is
Would
not
be
gonna go
specifically
to
for the event.
marketing. The
Perfect.
communications and marketing needs to come through the communications division. And communications needs to be the one that's doing all of that. And so that was my, and that was the agreement that we reached. So
Okay.
that's hopefully will be reflected in their application. I think I did see they put something in there for marketing, but it looked more like banner purchases, not the actual this stuff. So the goal is that 100% of the LTAC awarded for marketing would cover all of our event marketing, and then the money that they get would cover their needs
Perfect.
outside of that. Yep.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for asking. That's a great question.
Thank you very much,
Thank you
Brent.
very much.
Appreciate it. Last but not least, Miss Linda, you have 30 seconds. No. Linda, yeah. Yeah, Mary's done. No. Yes, we are working it. Yeah, working it. Did you have more fire dancers you wish to show us?
No fire dancing.
I'm just checking, you know.
So as we're queuing up, I would first of all like to thank the committee for approving our contract over the years. We hope that you will consider fulfilling our request for 2024. The Lakewood Chamber is proud to serve as the lead destination marketing organization for Lakewood, and our objective is to entice visitors as well as provide tourist information and services to the visiting public, offering up opportunities to enhance and extend their visit and vacation experience. Our objective is to continue to stay focused on the individual consumer travel campaign into 2024. We serve as, once again, the lead destination marketing organization, focusing on individuals and family travelers who come to Lakewood for overnight visits, shopping, dining, tour and event experiences. And we also work closely with our lodging, restaurants, attractions, and retailers in the area. We offered more reasons for our visitors to extend their stays with the resources available in our Visitor Information Center that's open 7 days a week. Our focus market remains Seattle North, Eastern Washington, and Portland South. We served over 1,000 visits from January through August at the center. That doesn't include the actual bodies, but the visits. And we created a digital spring summer visitor guide and member directory, and are currently working on completing the fall and winter guide. We also produce color pieces such as our lure brochure that holds a variety of inserts such as lodging, dining, events pieces, and that is geared towards whoever's coming into town and the type of information that they're looking for, as well as to groups who are meeting in our area. So if we have teams that are meeting here, if we have reunions, meetings and events, we can provide them with material on things to see and do, places to eat, etc. Unfortunately or unfortunately, we have been so busy this year that the inserts have all been used. So all we have right now are our color shells, and we'll be printing some more in the near future. We also produced a summer and fall television commercial. The fall should be running in about a week, I believe. And they are aired on cable channels in the aforementioned markets with a call to action to check out our drive tour itineraries. Can we run the commercials? Mood in a sense. Obviously, that was our fall. And that's just creating that sense, that mood of chill. And that's the vibe that we wanted to project. And then, of course, we have our summer ad. Can I have the? Oh, yeah, not, yeah, we can just go back to the website, but can I drive the mouse? Can I drive the mouse? Our website is robust with detailed information about whatever you want to know about visiting our area. And if I could drive for just a minute, thank you, thank you. For example, we have our call to action for our advertising for the autumn drive tour itinerary. I know it's really hard to see, but we are focusing on spending 3 days in our area and hubbing and spoking, overnighting, obviously, not just in Lakewood, but we do bring them back into Lakewood. So they would start pretty much going over to Mount Rainier, seeing fall colors, Northwest Trek Wildlife Park, experiencing some of the cool stuff in the Ashford Elby area. And then we bring them back into town, encouraging them to visit LeMay Museum. If they really want to be sexy, they could stay at Thornwood Castle, but we also provide them with information about all the other lodging here in our community. Then we talk about checking out for the evenings. You know, there's Glow Golf over at Meadow Park now, and that'll be running through December. There's the Lakewood Playhouse that's going to be having performances. And then I can't remember what's at the very bottom there. Oh, gee. How about Lakewood Gardens? Yeah. And their Garden of Shadows. So that's also something fun to do for the fall season. And then, of course, keeping them here in Lakewood is encouraging them to go to Wahop Lake, Fort Stelicum Park. And we have an amazing shooting range here in Lakewood, state of the art. Yeah. So if people like to try their hand at that, and if they don't have their own gun, they can actually rent one there. So there's lots to see and do in the area. And so we encourage little side trips, and then make sure that they visit the International District, check out all of the great restaurants we have there. We also have a foodie focused drive tour for people that just want to eat and drink their way through Lakewood. We have our resource information here as well as our accommodations in the community. So that's just one itinerary out of quite a bit that we have. And then, of course, we are working on our holidays, Christmas season. That one is from last year. There's our foodie focused road trip. So this gives people an idea of what they can see and do, and they can take bits and pieces of it or actually drive the whole thing themselves. We also have information that is really, how do I say this? It is down and dirty information. There's a lot of a lot of beautiful photographs that we do share, but a lot of times people just want straight hardcore information. So what we have is basically an attractions and services inventory that people can go through. Obviously, this is all in alpha order, but let's just say somebody wanted to check out Fun for the Family. So of course, we have our theaters, we have the park, Asia Pacific Cultural Center, we have Catapult Adventure Park. So each of these listings provides you with a video if there's one available, whether they're a member or not, doesn't matter, but if they are, we do include that. Then there's additional information as far as Google reviews. It has all of their social media information that you can go to, their website, so you can click directly onto that, as well as venue costs. And if this is something that excites you, you can share it on Facebook, and all these other social media outlets, or you could send an email to friends and family and say, hey, this is where we want to get together next. So a lot of work goes into this, a lot of details go into this, but we're really quite proud of the work that we've done. And we're continuing to add to this all the time. So stay tuned. And if you're ever interested in finding out about what's going on, be sure to go to our site and check us out. There's also a community calendar, and we have information not just of Lakewood, but of Pierce County. And so once again, if you're looking for something to do over the weekend, or if you plan on visiting in a month or two, then you can go online and check out all of the things that are happening in our community. Let's see. So we average around 7,000 unique visitors. That's 7,000 unique visitors to our website a month. And out of those inquiries, approximately 69% of them are visitor related. Year to date through August, we've had almost 58,000 unique visitors. A total of 88,000 visits, and they've perused almost 580,000 pages, and we've had about 5 million hits so far. So we have a very active page, and I think a lot of it is, once again, based on the detailed information that we're providing. We're currently working on a fully responsive web-based app that can be a regional map covering counties, cities, parks, landscape, landmarks, areas, neighborhoods, whatever we want. We can actually create hundreds of maps within a map. So here's demo content. I hope you can understand what he's saying. He has a terrible, terrible cold, but he did create a demo for you to check out.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sean. And please forgive me for my raspy voice. I've been getting over a cold. Linda had asked me to do a demo of our currently working map locator. It's an app that's web-based, works on all devices, Android and Apple devices, tablets, and desktop. Over here we have the category selection. And so right now we just have some basic information in there. So if you want to click on military installations, you click here. Recreation, if you click here, it only shows you recreation. Click on business, etc. You also can search. You can click here and get a complete list of the current items we have that we've been put in the app for testing. And you can see how it zooms in on each location. fairly quickly. Mountain Air is one of the ones we focused on as a demo. Basically, when we did our research online, trying to find basic information in regards to Mountain Air, for instance, like lodging, places to eat, the entrances to the park itself, hours, any alerts was somewhat difficult to find. There were so many resources online, and a lot of it was text heavy, which would require folks to have to read through a lot of information just to get to the nuts and bolts of what we thought would be a more modern way of providing crucial information to people who are visiting, tourism, and even people who live here in Washington State. So for instance, down here, we have the Nisqually entrance, and all you do is you just highlight it, or you can click it, and it brings up more information. You can actually have driving directions and a street view if you want, phone number, website address, and some critical information about the area. Over here, you have lodging. So National Park Inn and Paradise Inn. These are lodging options that are within the park itself. We also could show outlining lodging in the area just for the map for the mountain itself. And that would be crucial information for anyone who is touring this area. So it's basically location information, landmarks, anything that's specific interest that we would want to showcase to folks who are interested in looking at an interactive map that's not bogged down with information that Google would provide, but that we provide of the areas that are of interest in the Lakewood, Pierce County area. So right here we have some examples. We have Thorn Castle listed, the military base, Lakewood Chamber, and the Little Park Technical College. And they all have unique icons. These are isometric icons, which are 3D. A circular icon that's basically denotes the location that you're looking at. You can zoom in on it and move the map around pretty easily with your fingers or your mouse. You basically can get more information like over here. You also can do a top view, satellite view, which gives you more information. Helps you with landmark location, things of that nature. So you can see it's fairly detailed. And this is all accessible, like I said, on a mobile device, tablet, and also desktop. It also tells you what the temperature is here in this area. So if you were to go back to the mountain, you might find the temperature is a little different when you zoom in certain areas. See how it changed to 52 degrees? So it tells you when you're looking at a particular area, how cold that area is as well. So it's good information. It's a map in development right at the moment, but it can show a lot of potential in showcasing the landmarks of the different areas around the area for Lakewood and, like I said, Pierce County area. Thank you very much.
Yeah, shut it down. Yeah. Thank you for your help. So obviously the apps are updated in the cloud and it works on all modern browsers. And the controls are really simple. Obviously people with their phones know how to pinch to zoom in and out and drag and touch and utilize that. I think the cool thing is you're walking around with your phone and you actually are playing with your map. You can see yourself walking. You can see where you're driving. But the key is that we create maps for any singular area or for the entire area. So we can actually create hundreds of maps. Not that we will, but we can certainly take a look at if somewhere we're interested, let's say, for example, parks or dog parks in particular. So we're hoping to get that moving here within the next 3-4 months now and be able to unveil that at the beginning of the year. Now, we're also hoping to purchase a movable touchscreen kiosk. That could be, of course, used in our visitor information center, but could also be transported to other locations. So when there's a major event, it could be utilized in the lobby of an area. Obviously, we would have to have electrical power, but it could be utilized as kind of a traveling visitor information center. So when there's a large hub of people, that's something that we can certainly provide as a service. So I think that's all I have. I want to thank you for your time and consideration. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Dean, any questions?
Just small note, just at the end there, he talked about the kiosk, check in with us on that. We're talking with the company to get about 60 of them for free. That are not mobile, they'll be fixed, but they're huge and they're bulletproof and stuff like that. And they're ad revenue generated. And they're going city by city and they're kind of courting, but we're like, hey, look at this from a countywide perspective. So we can get a wider.
Are they exterior as well as interior, or
They're
just interior?
primarily exterior, but they're also the interior just as well. So yeah, we would put one like inside the convention center and outside, for example. But like I said, the hardware is free.
Let's have a conversation about that.
Yeah.
So the hardware is free, but the software is something you have to purchase through them?
No, they sell ads. It's a big ad board. So but it's a good looking thing. I was pretty skeptical of it at first until we got into it a little bit deeper. So, but anyway, just sharing that with you.
Be happy to
Before you
talk
buy
about
one.
Yeah, be happy to talk about that.
Yeah, I think that's something that the city would probably love to have. And it sounds like it's sponsorship driven where businesses.
It's
pay marketing-
advertising
yeah,
driven.
Advertising.
Paid
right.
advertising, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing I like about having the control over a kiosk is that we can drive people to where we want them to see.
You control the content.
Yeah.
They just have a ad section to it that's, it's not too new.
It's a
too
great
invasive,
idea.
So, yeah.
So it's not too intrusive?
Right. And it's, part of my concern when they were pitching was that, we didn't have any one market here that was strong enough to support that kind of ad revenue, versus like Seattle.
Right.
They weren't sure. And I said, but if we look at this from a county-wide perspective, like the kind of the 7 major tourism funding cities, that changes the value proposition of that a little bit. So
it could, yeah.
And might make it more accessible. And we haven't done anything with it yet for sure, but it's something we've seen that's quite attractive. So
You could see something like that here in City Hall.
absolutely,
That'd be
yeah,
great.
yeah. You could put it in Fort Silicon Park. You could,
Absolutely.
key landmarks, American Lake and things like this, and Lakewood.
Yep.
You just, like I said, for the city's commitment as a power supply, making sure it can get tapped in.
Is there a link that you
Yeah,
can
I'll get you
provide?
some stuff, yeah.
Let's talk. Let's talk.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Linda, for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you guys do great work out there in the community, obviously. The website, so is every chamber member, like you featured one, you showed us Catapult. So if someone were to look up a restaurant, do they get the same spread, or is that something that's developed on an ad hoc basis based on what the business does or provides?
If you're asking if you have to be a chamber member to be listed on there, no, you do not.
But if you are a chamber member, do you get a sort of a splashy sort of depiction like you showed for Catapult, for instance, or?
No, if you are of interest to the visiting public,
Got it.
you will have all of that information, the video and all of the
Got it.
detailed info. So, but yeah, we want to make sure that it's, if the visitor is searching for them, then we certainly want to make that information available.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're not hiding them.
No, I get it. Yeah, you want to be able to promote them for sure.
We
All
want
of
to support and serve our visitors, but obviously promote our members as well.
Absolutely. Okay, very good. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Unless I'm mistaken, this concludes the grant proposal presentations for 2024. Is that correct? So let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and review the grant funding requests. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after a brief recess with the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee for this Friday, September 22nd, 2023. We've completed the grant proposal presentations for the 2024 funding. We've gone through each and every one of them with some diligence, with great presentations by all of the organizations seeking funding this year. So at this time, what we typically have done is we've asked the committee if they have any particular comments or questions on any of these before we ask for a motion to approve. And we can do this one of 2 or 3 ways. We can go applicant and application request by applicant and application request, or in the absence of any particular issue or concern, we can have a motion to approve the requests as presented. But first, I'm open for discussion.
No comments or questions from me.
None for me.
Okay, so what I would, we probably have to get a motion on the table, then we can discuss or amend, but I would like us to consider either at this stage or by amendment of a motion once it gets on the table to increase the Playhouse funding request from 28,000 by an additional 7,000 for a total of 35,000 to accommodate the additional marketing and promotion that they articulated they would like to do, principally in the form of a painted mural by the same or similar artists that did the recent mural work out at Fort Steilacoom Park. From their perspective, it will draw more attention, it will increase the visibility, and it plays into their new marketing campaign, which I think they've done great work on, especially coming out of 2 years of challenge for the organization. So that would be my request, contingent upon the Playhouse submitting their modification of their funding request to accommodate that item. And I believe our clerk advised that that would be appropriate. Is that correct? So that would be my thought. So first of all, let's see if we can get a motion to approve the existing request, and then I'll ask if we can amend the motion with the modification as presented.
Chair, is our first motion in bundle to approve the bulk, and then we'll do a second amendment to the Playhouse?
Correct.
Okay, then I will make a motion to approve the bundle of all applicants as presented.
Second.
Second.
Very good. And then I would, I can't make the motion to amend because I'm the chair. So is there a motion to amend the motion on the table to modify the request for Lakewood Playhouse as indicated?
I'll make that motion to amend the Lakewood Playhouse request by an increase of $7,000 for the mural, contingent upon their amendment to the application itself.
Well said. Is there a second to the proposed amendment?
I will second.
Okay, so it's been moved that the motion to accept the 2023 request for the lodging tax funds in total be modified by an increase to the Lakewood Playhouse funding request by $7,000 to accommodate the mural and marketing promotion work as stated by Mr. Burke. Is there a second? Oh, it's been seconded.
It's been seconded.
Been seconded.
Yes.
Any further discussion on that amendment to the motion? If not, all those signify by saying aye to approve the amendment to the motion.
Aye.
You now have the motion as amended to approve the 2023 request for the 2024 lodging tax grant funds in the total amount of $1,024,950 with the amendment as stated, plus the capital request of $101,850 for the McGavick Center, which is a carryover, for a total funding request of $1,126,800. So all those in favor of the motion as amended signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion as amended has been accepted, adopted, and passed. And I believe that concludes our business today for the 2023 Lodging Tax Advisory Committee meeting, in which we have completed the review of the 2024 lodging tax grant funding requests and have approved same for presentation to the Lakewood City Council. The other issue is not an item of business per se, but certainly a great item for the good of the order. Mr. Burke.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to propose that before next year's LTAC cycle, before the applications are generated and sent out, that the LTAC committee meet for a study session to discuss some best practices and ideas that we've seen from other LTAC committees around the county and the state, and explore that as just a chance to see if we're doing our best before next year.
I think that makes great sense. And we don't need to necessarily have a motion on the table for that. I think it's going to be a good practice, and we'll have our clerk for the Lodging Tax Committee make some time available for that sometime next year, obviously prior to the cycle consideration of the next application request. I think it's a great idea to get educated about it. And hopefully we will have, I think we have to appoint one or two more members, or we can appoint one or two more members to the committee. So once that happens, that would be a great education piece for the whole committee, including the new members. So thank you for that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great idea.
Well, thank you for your service. In the absence of any other comments or thoughts for the good of the order, we're adjourned. Thank you.